stand together, wrapped in their own world. They're young, in love, and on a simple errand, picking up furnace parts in Seattle. They don't know it yet, but someone is watching them. Hours later, the ferry docks. Jay and Tanya drive into the city, their bronze 1977 Ford Club van disappearing into the night. They're never seen alive again. Days pass. Their families wait for a call.
See, notice notice they were running the corridor all the way to fucking Seattle. When I do it, I prep my family. I tell them what I'm doing. When I get there, I tell them that I'm there, and I send texts and all this stuff because like the highway is not that safe. Like, also some places on it, you're going like 100 miles an hour, like you're going like 80. You're going like 80 miles an hour, or not 100, but like 80. You're going like 75, 80 miles an hour, and it's like, it might be raining, and you might be going way up in the mountains where it's like curvy. And that's how Colorado is, that's how Washington is, that's how Oregon is, that's how California is. And so not only is it dangerous from the fact that it's like very secluded and remote, but it's also dangerous just on a driving tip.
Then,
and so I think these people, I have these weird theories about how, I have these weird time theories about what happens with these poor victims and stuff, because I look at it from, like, a detective's point of view. I want to stop these bad people from doing stuff like this, and I'm like, how do you, like I look for patterns and stuff like that, and I'm like, how do you stop something like this? And one of the things I began to understand is that if you're out there alone, something bad happens. That's the pattern that I come away with from the highway. Is if you're traveling on the highway and you're out there alone, something bad happens generally. And that's kind of, that was my takeaway after all of this. I was like, some of this I think could be killers who, there's all this stuff about like, oh, they picked them up on the side of the road. But no, I think sometimes they party with them up in the mountains somewhere at some house through some friend or something. And then they just end up like killing the person. It's weird. Like, I swear to God, there's weird shit like that happens. And the Colorado mountain towns are full of stuff like this. So is this, apparently, the Pacific Northwest, Like, we had a funny story about, there was the fucking, who was it? I think it was, Colorado Springs? I think it was Colorado Springs, but the sheriff of Colorado Springs was this crazy Bible Belt thumping, like Bible Belt dude who was like running this cabal of good old boys who built like a cross out in front of the town and stuff as you drive in and shit. And they like taken over the whole right wing up there. And they were like the KKK, and they were like lynching black people at night. But during the day, the sheriff was like, well, I'm sorry, at night too, probably. But the sheriff was sleeping with a gay prostitute. Like a gay male prostitute, and smoking meth with him. And so the gay male prostitute turned state's evidence and narked on him. And that was the impression that I got of the police in a lot of these towns. Was that even the police are these fucking freaks that are holed up in the fucking flop house smoking meth with gay strippers and shit like this. Not to say that any of that stuff is bad inherently, as long as you don't kill anybody. But I mean, like, that is an element of that whole like highway like corridor. It's all like, I used to hang out in some of these hotels. It's all these like meth hotels that hookers patronize. And so, and that culture out here is really bad. In the Pacific Northwest, it's like every exit is a small town that's got some kind of strip. And on the strip, there's hotels. And at the hotels, there's prostitution. And so the prostitutes out here, they get murdered all the time. You hear about it on the news all the time. It's sick. It's weird. Especially out here. More so than Colorado even. California is worse, but this place is not that much better.
One by one, the bodies appear.
If something about the I-5 corridor, that's what I'm getting at here, and that's what he's trying to get at too. He calls it the Snohomish Murders because that's the name of a small Washington town. But like, you know, but really it's actually the I-5 corridor is like this stomping grounds for a bunch of the American serial killers. And we know that these serial killers, they're usually twisted up with issues about their mommies or their daddies, and they dislike hookers even though they patronize hookers, and the only love that they get in their adult life usually comes from hookers that they end up killing. And this is the weird cyclical shit that they get into that I find fascinating. I find it sick and fucked up, but like that's what they do. They kill hookers, and that's fucking fucked up. Like, you know, and the I-5 corridor and the I-25 corridor are famous for this. Like there was literally killers like the Green River Killer that bragged about just like, you know, like touring the strip looking for hookers to kill, you know.
First Tanya, then Jay.
Fucked.
Two crime scenes miles apart.
The reason that this happens is because you're so far out from anybody else that it's just secluded. Nobody stops you from doing the murder. Nobody stops you from hiding the body. Nobody knows it even happens. You can just keep driving on, go home, and pretend it never happened. And maybe that's just some mystery for some fucking, you know, sheriff in some other state or whatever. And that's how they treat it. And you hear them bragging on camera, like, or that television show Mindhunter, like that guy Ed Kemper and shit like this, like Netflix documentaries and stuff. You hear them bragging all the time about this, wasting hookers on the fucking strips. It's weird.
Different methods of killing. No clue.
I hate them so much. I go looking for patterns of how to stop people like this and just stop them from being this dark reign of murder on particularly the women. They mistreat women.
Motive. For over 3 decades,
and it's not like they have like a faction or something, or that they represent some blood of the fold or anything like that. No, it's usually some weird, sick, solitary fucking dude who's got sex issues about mommy or whatever, and needs to take it out on the women that he considers to be evil because they peddle their bodies. And it's this weird sick stereotype, and they're almost always Bible thumping and weird. Usually right wing, usually abused by their fathers, you know. You can do all kinds of social profiling on these fucking nuts.
Murders will haunt detectives, confound investigators,
and they do weird things,
and devastate their families.
Yeah,
Who killed
like
Jay
eat the
Cook
body,
and Tanya
stuff
Van
like
Cuylenborg, and why?
Ed Gein.
Jay Cook, 20, and Tanya Van Cuylenborg, 18, were a young Canadian couple from Saanich, British Columbia. They'd been dating for 6 months, their relationship filled with firsts. First road trip, first weekend getaway, first time navigating the world together. Jay was adventurous and hardworking, a kind-hearted young man with a strong sense of responsibility. Tanya was quiet,
like my friend Jed.
artistic, and thoughtful, often capturing moments through the lens of her Minolta X700
Why is he
camera.
casting Blizzard 2 on me?
On November 18th, 1987, they set off for Seattle to pick up furnace parts for Jay's father's business. It was supposed to be a quick trip, an overnight journey before heading home, but they never made it back. That evening, Jay and Tanya boarded the MV Coho ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, Washington.
I've done that drive.
Later confirmed they stopped for gas before driving southeast toward Bremerton, where they took a second ferry into Seattle. At some point between leaving the ferry and reaching their destination, they vanished. When they failed to return home, their worried families reported them missing. Days passed with no word, no sightings, no phone calls. Then the nightmare began. On November 24th, 1987, Tanya's body was found discarded in a ditch off Parsons Creek Road near Alger, Washington, an isolated area in Skagit County. She'd been bound with plastic zip ties, assaulted, and shot in the head. Whoever had done this hadn't just killed her. They'd stripped away her dignity, leaving her body exposed to the harsh terrain. The next day, a disturbing clue emerged. In downtown Bellingham, Tanya's wallet, keys, and other...
See? And yeah, in downtown Bellingham they find the wallet, right, which is like the most north that you can get in the state of Washington before you hit Canada or whatever. And yeah, we know that they run the corridor and they do stuff like dump the evidence at the end of the corridor just to throw a fucking smoke bomb for the local cops or whatever. They're like, well, but all the evidence is in Bellingham or whatever. But no, they picked up some lady or some couple or whatever, like in some fucking town or whatever, and then they drop the evidence like 200 miles north in some town in the same state. But it throws a smoke bomb for the police, and they have to do all these weird cross forensics, and I've heard killers talk about this on camera and shit. They'll do stuff like throw details in other jurisdictions because this causes the police to just become this confused entity that stumbles around like Keystone Cops, not really understanding what one side, what one hand is doing. And so if you kill somebody in like Washington or whatever, but you live in California, then they've got to extradite you from Washington, but you might only be facing like a burglary charge or something in say California. But because they got you for a minor burglary charge or whatever, because you're some piece of shit criminal or whatever, but you're also a killer, they'll get you on a technicality in California or something on some crime, and your lawyer kind of knocks off 9/10 of the charge or whatever. So you're down to like, maybe like 6 months in a correctional facility or something, usually is I think what it usually happens, right? And so then they can't extradite you for whatever they want you for in the other state. Now they don't. I mean, they will, but often they won't. They just won't. The jurisdiction is often usually a problem, right? So they force you to wait to go deal with the next court charge while you finish your charge in whatever current state you're in. But I mean, that might not be very commensurate to what you did. Like, you might be up for like a burglary charge. Do you get what I'm getting at here? Where like you might be up for a burglary charge in California, and that's what they catch you for, and you're in possession of cocaine because you're some fucked up Dahmer like cocaine dude. Usually they like cocaine for some reason. I don't know why, but they do. They like cocaine. They like shooting cocaine for some reason. I think a lot. A bunch of these guys, they shoot cocaine. I think it makes them crazy. I guarantee it does. Shooting cocaine terrifies the shit out of me. I think that's one of the scarier things a human can do, in terms of what it might do to your temperament and your actions. Shooting like cocaine, I could see that being kind of like being shot out the psychotic cannon. You're being shot out the psycho cannon. There's only one other thing in existence that I can think of that scares me more. There's like three things. There's shooting cocaine, and like I mean like shooting too much of it, like a gram or something. Like shooting a gram of cocaine will make you fucking crazy. I'm talking bloodbath crazy, no problem. Just like the bath salt zombies, just like that shit. That's the first thing that we know that these people do. The next, I know a guy who shot cocaine. He's the one who basically ruined my life and scared the love of my life away. I mean, he shot cocaine for 17 years. Doesn't surprise me, So, the other thing they do is they get busted for minor things in some state. So they're doing like 2 years on a minor charge. And they can't extradite you for some fucking murder in California or something when you're sitting in Utah for some fucking arson charge or some burglary or something like that, right? And so another thing that we know that these guys do is they like do something else in jail so that they never ever see the light of day for like 20 years and shit. And by the time that's over, they're like 67 or whatever, and sure, they might get convicted of murder, but I mean, at that point, most of the families and all this just want it to be over, and nobody's pursuing it anymore. And that's another thing they do. They ride the system under lesser charges and all this, and I want to stop that too. And and I think of all the ways that you could stop these shitty people that use the highway like some kind of Grand Theft Auto rape simulator. It's fucking fucked up, dude. That's where I live. I don't trust them very much. That's kind of where I lived, both places, Colorado and where I live now. They're like these secluded places that are really known for their natural beauty. Like out here we have rainforests. We literally have rainforests out here, you know, literally what is classified as a rainforest we have out here, because the wildlife is so crazy out here, and in Colorado too. So like, I don't know, like something about it being this secluded. We know this about small, like we call it BLM land. We know that BLM land is an excuse for mankind to go crazy. We know this. We know that people talk about it all the time. BLM land is an excuse for mankind to go crazy. That's where people go to do cocaine. That's where people do go to, you know, kill people or fire off like firecrackers or do weird stuff with children and stuff. Like that's where they go. BLM land or like ocean land or secluded corridors and stuff that not everybody uses. Alaska, places like that. Like the new season of Dexter, New Blood, was entirely about how these fucking like these pipeline living corridor, like, you know, roaming, like roving killers, they all end up in Alaska for some years anyways.
Belongings were found stuffed under the porch of a Greyhound bus station tavern.
So they just made fun of this with Dexter New Blood, and they just made it a whole season, because that is the public's assumption as to what these serial killers do. They're active for like a couple of years when they're like 24 or whatever, and then they just hide for all of the rest of their lives in places like Alaska where nobody asks any questions or whatever, which is fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Nearby, police discovered
I kind of want to stop that too. I think the Real ID thing is a step in the right direction. If you want to travel in this country, you should prove that you're not a crazy killer, that you're not, I mean, you should, your ID, just like the internet. I kind of want the internet connected to Real ID as well. And I think Real ID is a step towards that. I see positivity in Real ID because one of the reasons that crime is so bad in this world right now is anonymity. And honestly, if I have to choose between my privacy, having lived as a public figure all of my life now, or not all my life, but for like the last 15 years and stuff as a taxi driver and stuff, having lived like a public figure, I don't like, I don't know, I struggle with how we do things currently.
Jay's family van abandoned.
Like, I don't believe that it should be free for somebody to just hide behind a sock puppet on the internet. I don't really see why that, like, we don't allow you to rob banks with a disguise. We don't go, you're wearing a disguise so we can't arrest you for bank robbery, right? We don't do that in real life, but we kind of do that on the internet. We're like, it's a sock puppet, so we're just not going to pursue it or whatever, you know? And I want that to be over. I want the Real ID to be this positive thing, even though it was this terrible Patriot Act thing. Okay, if you're going to fuck us on the Patriot Act and you're going to screw all of our privacy and completely delete it and erase it unless you're a rich white man in the fucking 1%er circles, right? If you're going to do that to me, you know, the John Q modern, like, lower and middle class public, right? If you're going to fucking do that to me, I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there.
Detectives found plastic gloves, zip ties.
I want Real ID. No. If you're gonna do that, if you're just gonna remove all my privacy anyways with the Patriot Act and all this, and turn the country into a prison, then let's push the all gas no brakes. Then I want Real ID on internet. I want Real ID on internet. I want Real ID on travel. You know, I like, if you're going to force me to do Real ID and all this crazy shit, I know Real ID is the Patriot Act, and I know you've been farming it for like 20 years. And I just, you know, and I'm okay with it, but I also, I look at the positive sides of it. Instead of the power of instead of the power of over people of what Real ID can do, I think about what Real ID can do to protect us, which is make sure there's no more crime on the internet, make sure that when you're traveling, you're not a criminal.
It's confirming the couple's ferry trip. There was no sign of Jay. 2 days later, that changed. On November 26th, 1987, Jay's body was discovered 60 miles away, dumped near a bridge.
See, and they run the corridor and they dump the body like 60 miles away or something like that, which might I remind you, that is like a 2-hour drive. It isn't if you're going 100 miles an hour with no stops, but I mean, when is that the case, you know? So it's like it's like a 2-hour drive. It's like a 2-hour drive to go the 70 miles to the closest metropolitan city where I live. So, you know, like, you understand that's like 45 police stations away. That's like 40, like down that corridor, 60 miles. That is like 45 police stations in between you and the police station where you committed your crime. They do this on purpose. Now, all this nasty stuff happened because of this. They formed a software program in the 80s called Promise, Promis, that was stolen by the government from a private businessman in America. It used to track people, and all it was is this piece of software that was very powerful, that cross-referenced all of the country's legal backlogs and all of the case files of all of the criminals and all the crime that had ever occurred in the country post computers. And while this was really good for us because we were able to cross-reference criminals and detect that they were active in several different places and that kind of thing and bust them, this was really good. It was a good advance for the side of good and defeating crime, you know. But it also, you know, I don't know, it set the foot for other stuff too. But it, you know, anyways. So if I'm just gonna lose my privacy anyways, I'm going to accept the Real ID, and I want the Real ID to be required for the internet. I think if you want to rent a car or buy a car, you should have to supply Real ID. I think if you want to buy gasoline, I think you should have to supply Real ID. If you buy anything dangerous at all, I think everything should be illegal. I think everything should be legal, except for like, you know, like rape and child molestation, essentially, or scamming or theft. Everything else should essentially be legal, like drugs and all this, because, like, I don't know, like consenting adults in the privacy of their own home. I don't really care what they do. But I do think that, you know, I don't know, we have a kind of a bureaucracy that protects criminals almost more than it does victims.
Over the Snoqualmie River.
And but I am kind of a law and order type guy. I could be a fiery DA for the city and county of Los Angeles. I believe myself capable of it, even though I wasn't born there.
In Monroe.
But I can see myself doing that for Denver, definitely. I can see myself being a district, ADA, or like a DA in attorney, like a city. I can see myself being a city attorney in Denver because I really care about those people. I care about the laws, and I care about being like there and what the process is and how bad it is for them. And I care like they're my children, and I don't want them facing terrible problems and all this. You know, I can't move. Oh, because I hit my keyboard. There we go. And he's going to kill me. Yep, don't kill me. Die, elemental. Die. Ice cluster.
Washington. Unlike Tanya, he hadn't been shot. Instead, he'd been badly beaten with rocks, strangled, and had a pack of cigarettes stuffed down his throat.
Also, I have this weird theory about serial killers is that they're like really the only difference between a normal person and a serial killer is the serial killer has given up any pretense of self-control, which I don't think is that that far from the average stance of John Q. Public and Jane Q. Public. I think the average person in public... why? Oh, God. I better flee. He is going to kill me. No, don't kill me. Am I running the right way? No, I'm not. I'm going to get past him again. At least he's not casting. My sheep died. Of old age. This is jarring when you're a Beastmaster, because you're like, oh, no. Everything I expected to happen is not happening anymore. You know? You're like left without your main job ability, and you're like, oh, very bad. I'm going to have to zone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to zone.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged.
Keep going.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Why are the evil eyes on me? That doesn't make any sense. Because I sat down? You better not kill me. At least it wasn't Faraga. It would have been worse. Fuck, kill me. Nice.
A cruel, deliberate act of violence. The crime.
So the Promise software was created so that at the north end of the corridor in Snohomish or whatever, maybe the serial killer dumps his body. Now they get a record of this and they tell Seattle when Seattle is looking for that killer. This actually came up a bunch of times in famous television shows like Twin Peaks or The Killing, right? Which was the killing of Rosie Larson, right? The killing of Rosie Larson was about this. It was entirely about this. Like, about an hour outside of Seattle, there's a small, Washington town, and in that town is some little girl that got raped and murdered by some kind of fucked up, like, politician or something like that from Seattle.
Approaching Stargate.
And all the little small town politics all up and down the corridor, which is weird. And so Promise was created in the 80s to connect the towns to each other so that their court documents would be cross-referenced. But the problem is this actually led to some kind of CIA spying revolution where they started using that software to crack into everybody's cell phones, which is what they were hinting at in Batman The Dark Knight, when he's like got the whole screen full of different videos and stuff that he's watching. That's the Promise software, and it does exist. It is not some fantasy Batman thing. Promise exists, and it is used exactly as it was portrayed in Batman, pretty much. It's kind of crazy. That's actually a very accurate. I think that's one of the things Christopher Nolan wanted to do, was show how crazy Promise actually is. So now Promise morphed into something even worse, which is the back end to all cell phones, which is called Pegasus. Promises was morphed into the most powerful piece of software that ever existed. And now, and they would make fun of it in the Batman the Animated Series and stuff like this, and Howl and all this in the movies. But I mean, we've had like tech like that for a while. And I don't know. I kind of like so this morphs, and now the Pegasus program, which is like Promise but morphed by all the script kiddies. Promise has morphed into Pegasus. Pegasus has been sold by Peter Thiel and Palantir. That's Emperor Palpatine. He's the one who runs the right-wing party, right? You think it's Trump, but no, Trump's just the guy who does what Peter Thiel wants. And Peter Thiel, he controls the known world most of the time, which is kind of fucked up. And and he uses Palantir to sell government secrets to other governments, and he blackmails people like P. Diddy and Bill Gates, and he has the skinny and the rub on the royal family and all the NDA disclosure agreements on all the deep state individuals. You could call that QAnon, but I don't really think we're talking about the same thing when you say QAnon. When I talk about there's like the 1%, that's not QAnon.
Autopilot jumping.
Really. QAnon is the Adventure Club. That's like a mythical rapist club for child rapist club. When I speak of this is a little bit different. This what I'm talking about is like the deep state, a little bit different. And so all these corridors, they're like,
I'm seeing
this stuff. It started out small in small town corridors like this, but then it grew into Pegasus, and now we're like all watching each other, and it's because pipelines used to killers used to roam our pipelines. That's what started all this.
Were far apart. The methods of killing were different.
You might have heard it when the Doors sings. We never know what Jim Morrison is singing about, but you can take a guess when he says "Killer on the Road" and what's that song? Riders on the Storm. He's like, his brain is squirming like a toad. And that's the thing about the Vietnam War. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but Killer on the Road is also about Charles Manson and the death of the flower power culture and the fear taking control of our country and the killers roaming the pipelines and using our women like disposable razors or something. And it's disgusting. The whole thing is disgusting. And it started out small with Jeffrey Dahmer's and William H. Macy's operating in their small towns, and then it moved all the way up big time. And now we've got like Palantir with Peter Thiel, and I don't really see a difference between the killer on the road and Peter Thiel.
But one thing was clear: this was no random attack. Someone had hunted them, restrained them,
and they hunt for fun. And they sometimes make movies and shit about it. They write scripts about it and stuff like this. They hunt for fun. To hunt man and all that stupid shit. Ooh, to hunt a man. Isn't that the greatest game of all?
In two separate locations. But why? At first,
there's never ever a reason. That's why they do it. It's like spree killing.
Detectives struggled to.
It's one of the reasons why I hate it so much. Is why Disco Elysium's why the Disco Elysium ending I got the first time did not surprise me at all. I was like, oh, random Beltway sniper killing killer ending. That's kind of depressing because if there was something in the world that I hated the most, is that bad people do so much bad things that you're just likely to be hurt RNG wise by their bad actions. Just it happens so much that statistically you are likely to be in a car accident at some time in your life because of some drunk driver, or you're likely to know a girl who's been raped, or you yourself may have been raped or something like that, and it sucks. So I look at ways to try to reduce the random spree killer stuff that these people get up to and try to trace their patterns and stop them.
Sense of the evidence.
I don't try to stop them. I just try to come up with the theory that I can spread on through the race memory that leads to some way of making it a better place where my fellow human beings aren't scared to travel the corridor, and drive-bys don't happen, rape, murder doesn't happen. You know what I hate most about rape? Is there's this implication that right afterwards you probably kill the person because they're going to put you in jail for life for rape, So rape to me is synonymous with murder most of the time. I don't really know why the charge is much different, really.
Ties suggested premeditation. The van, abandoned near a bus station, hinted at a planned escape. The
Yeah,
plastic
right,
gloves
like they plan, they get all creepy with it.
left inside were chilling, a sign the killer knew how to.
We know that they like duct tape and zip ties and all this other shit. There's all these things that that show up on a killer's like magic handbag or whatever, you know.
Avoid leaving prints.
We know that they like tiny pistols because you can conceal them really, really easily. And yeah, if you want somebody to do something, a tiny pistol will get them to do something. If you shove a tiny pistol in somebody's face, they're gonna do what you say. They're just gonna do what you say. Maybe even when they're armed, you know.
Had they picked up a hitchhiker? Had a stranger?
And we know that they like tiny pistols that they conceal.
Targeted them on the ferry.
That's why tiny pistols. You always wonder, like, why are those girls' guns so popular? You know, the girls, did they like guns? Girls shouldn't like guns or whatever. Why do they make girls guns? That's just an affront to my man's thing, my mansphere or whatever. Why do they make girls guns? That's just insulting. What the fuck? Shooting guns is a man's thing. It's because concealing those really tiny little Walter PPKs and all that, that's something killers do. You know, men. Killers and rapists.
Detectives searched for answers.
Hide small weapons, you know.
The case took a bizarre turn. In December 1987,
it always does.
Jay and Tanya's families began receiving anonymous letters.
Oh no!
They were graphic, taunting, and cruel.
Oh,
Each
you
letter
bragged about it.
Describing the murders in chilling detail. They were postmarked from Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York, suggesting a twisted game. When detectives tracked down the writer years later, they were shocked by what they found.
What?
They'd been written by a mentally ill transient with no connection to the crime. The whole thing had been a hoax, but the real killer was still out there. For years, investigators hit dead ends. They examined over 200 suspects, from convicted felons to known violent offenders. The case remained frozen.
They really wanted this one. They were like, oh, this one sticks in our craw. We want the solution to this one.
Time until forensic science finally caught up.
Yeah, DNA.
In 2003, detectives retested evidence from Tanya's crime scene. Semen found on her clothing was analyzed for DNA, and it belonged to one unknown man. Investigators ran the profile through CODIS, the national DNA database. No match. The killer had left his DNA behind, but he wasn't in the system. For over 30 years, the case remained cold. Then, in 2018, everything changed. That year, detectives watched as the Golden State
Island
Killer
Boys.
was unmasked
kidding.
using genetic genealogy. Inspired, like the other cases we've talked about already, they turned to Parabon Nanolabs, a forensic DNA company specializing in genealogical profiling. Using GEDmatch, forensic genealogist C.C. Monroe traced the unknown suspect's DNA to distant relatives, then built a family tree that led to one man, William Earl Talbot II.
Oh, that's this guy? Oh, okay.
Talbot had never been on investigators'
I've heard of
radar.
Talbot, yeah.
Detectives followed him for days, waiting for him to discard anything with his DNA. Finally, on May 8, 2018, he threw away a coffee cup. When forensic scientists tested it, the DNA was a perfect match. After 31 years, detectives had their killer. Talbot was arrested on May 17th, 2018.
Another problem is all these people that they bust all the time, they show up dirty on the DNA. But I mean, these people are going up for killing prostitutes. Prostitutes are known for sleeping with random men. So you always kind of wonder if the guy that they got just because of DNA, right, is actually maybe, you know, maybe just like her John that day, you know? It's always been a little bit of a stretch for me. I'm like, oh, that guy you got because of the DNA. Couldn't he just have been one of the customers that day or whatever? That's another problem here.
Charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder.
But no, I
At
think
trial,
they got this
he
guy.
denied any involvement,
No,
offering only one defense.
No, he
if
fessed
his
up
DNA was
later.
on Tanya's clothes, it must have been from consensual sex, but the jury didn't believe him.
No.
On July 24th, 2019, he was convicted and sentenced to 2 life terms without parole. But even in justice, the case took another twist. In December 2021, his conviction was overturned on appeal due to juror bias. One juror admitted she might struggle to remain impartial in cases involving violence against women. The Washington Supreme Court reinstated the verdict in December 2022, and Talbot remains in custody as his legal team fights for further appeals. For 3 decades, Jay and Tanya's families lived with unanswered questions. Jay's mother, Leona Cook, still keeps his old sweater.
Some of us wanted a shirt or sweater. You could wear them. You could put them to your nose and smell him. I still have that old sweater in my drawer.
Ugh.
No conviction can bring back the young couple who set off on a simple road trip and never returned. But after 31 years, their families finally had one
Autopilot
thing,
engaged.
a name, a face, and at last, the truth.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
August 25th, 1990, Snohomish County, Washington. The forest is still. A light breeze rustles the trees as a woman walks her dog along a narrow trail near Highway 522 and Echo Lake Road. It's a quiet, uneventful afternoon until she spots something just off the path. At first, it doesn't register. A shape among the leaves partially covered.
Approaching Stargate.
Then the realization hits. It's a human body. The body is identified as Michelle Koski, just 17 years old. She's been beaten, strangled, and left in the dense underbrush. Her final moments marked by terror and unimaginable violence. Investigators will spend the next decades trying to piece together what happened to Michelle that night. But for more than 30 years, her killer will remain nothing more than a phantom, an unseen presence in the shadows. Who lured Michelle into these woods, and why was her life stolen so brutally? Michelle Koski was more than just another name in a cold case file. She was bright, ambitious, and full of life. She'd skipped a grade in school and was attending Summit K-12, an alternative school in Seattle where she excelled in her studies. She dreamed of becoming a lawyer, her sharp mind and strong sense of justice making her a natural fit for the field. Her friends described her as someone who lit up every room. She was close with her friends, bonding over sleepovers, games of rummy, and their shared love of Slurpees. To those who knew her, Michelle was funny, independent, and unforgettable.
I used to
Then,
love Rummy.
in one night of
Rummy's so
horror,
fun.
all that was taken away. In August 1990, Michelle was living at an apartment she shared with her boyfriend in Lake City, Seattle. On August 20th, she got a ride to a popular teenage hangout spot in Snohomish County, a secluded area known for drinking, bonfires, and motorcycle riding. But she never made it home. For 5 days, Michelle's family and friends waited in agony. Then, on August 25th, the discovery was made. Her body was found hidden in the woods, showing clear signs of a brutal attack. She'd been strangled and bludgeoned with a piece of concrete. The location suggested she'd been lured there under false pretenses. Investigators immediately suspected that Michelle knew her killer, but despite an extensive investigation, there were no immediate suspects. The case went cold. For years, cold case detectives pursued every lead, ruling out dozens of suspects through DNA testing. But with no match in the system, the case remained stalled, another mystery lost to time. Then, in 2022, investigators turned to forensic genetic genealogy, where they extracted DNA evidence from Michelle's crime scene and uploaded it to public genealogy databases, hoping for a break. They found one. The DNA led to a distant relative of an unknown suspect. From there, genealogists painstakingly built family trees, narrowing their search until they arrived at one name: Robert A. Brooks. Brooks wasn't a stranger to the area or to law enforcement. At the time of Michelle's murder, he'd been living just blocks away from her. He'd recently been released from prison in April 1990 and was staying with family in Seattle. His DNA was a perfect match, but there would be no arrest, no trial, no chance for Michelle's family to confront him in court. Brooks had died in 2016, taking his secrets with him. More than 3 decades after Michelle's murder, her family finally had an answer. On June 30th, 2022, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office publicly announced that Brooks had been identified as Michelle's killer. For her loved ones, it was a mix of relief and frustration. They knew his name, but he wouldn't face justice. Despite that, detectives consider the case solved, another success in the rapidly evolving world of forensic genealogy. Michelle Koski was just 17 years old when her life was stolen. Though justice came far too late, her name will never be forgotten. April 13th, 1993, Bothell, Washington. The quiet suburban street is still, porch lights casting faint halos against the dark. Inside one modest home, the stillness is unnatural. The front door drifts open in the breeze. Just beyond the threshold, the house is in disarray. Furniture is overturned. A glass of milk lies spilled on the floor. The television is off. Melissa Lee is gone. Her mother, arriving home late, calls out for her. No answer. Her shoes are by the door. Her belongings are untouched. Nothing is missing except Melissa. By the next evening, the horrifying truth will emerge. Her lifeless body found beneath a bridge in Everett. For nearly 3 decades, the question will remain unanswered. Who took Melissa Lee's life? And how did her killer vanish without a trace? Melissa Lee was just 15 years old when she disappeared. She was a bright, loving, and spirited girl with her whole future ahead of her. She shared a close bond with her mother and sister, and like many teenagers, she loved music, spending time with friends, and dreaming about what lay ahead. Those who knew her described her as kind, funny, and full of life. On the night of April 13th, 1993, Melissa had planned for a friend to stay over, but at the last minute, the plans fell through. She was home alone, and someone knew it. Sometime after 9 p.m., Melissa vanished. When her mother got home after midnight, she found the house in disarray. The front door ajar, furniture knocked over, the unsettling silence of a home now empty. Authorities were called immediately. There was no sign of forced entry, no immediate clues to her whereabouts, no witnesses. The next evening, April 14th, Melissa's body was discovered in a ravine beneath the Edgewater Creek Bridge in Everett. She'd been assaulted and strangled, her body left like an afterthought, exposed to the elements. Investigators were horrified by the brutality of the crime, but without forensic leads, they were left with nothing but dead ends. From the start, detectives considered several persons of interest. Among them was Alan Edward Dean, a 35-year-old man Melissa had met through a phone chat line. He'd gone by the name, quote, Mike at the time. According to entries in Melissa's diary, the two had met on March 14th, 1993, and gone out for dinner and a theme park visit the following day. Investigators found his phone number written in Melissa's address book under the name Michael, further linking him to the case. But at the time, there was no direct evidence connecting him to the crime, no witnesses, no fingerprints, no DNA matches. The years passed, Melissa's family trapped in the torment of not knowing. And then, in 2020, everything changed. Utilizing forensic genealogy, DNA from the crime scene was analyzed and uploaded to a public genealogy database. Within weeks, investigators had a breakthrough, a match to a relative of the suspect. From there, a family tree was built, leading detectives right back to the man they'd suspected all along, Alan Edward Dean. For 27 years, Dean had lived freely, his crime buried by the limitations of 1990s forensic science. But now, detectives had what they needed. They tailed him, watched him, waiting for him to discard anything with his DNA. Finally, he tossed a cigarette butt. When tested, the results were undeniable. A perfect match to the DNA found on Melissa's body. After nearly 3 decades, police had their killer. In 2024, after years of legal delays, Dean finally stood trial. The jury deliberated for days before delivering a guilty verdict. On April 24th, 2024, he was sentenced to 26 years in prison. But even in his final moments in court, Dean refused to admit the truth. In a final act of defiance, he maintained his innocence, claiming he'd been framed and that the DNA had been planted. Melissa's family, who'd waited decades for justice, expressed relief. He'll die in prison. It's what he deserves, her mother said. For years, the forests, backroads, and waterways of Snohomish County concealed their secrets. Lives stolen, killers unpunished, families left with only questions. But the past rarely stays buried. Through decades of dead ends, investigators never stopped searching. As forensic science advanced, long-dormant cases were revived, names reclaimed, shadows exposed, justice, though long overdue, finally served. Yet many mysteries remain. Somewhere in the quiet expanse of the Pacific Northwest, the unknown lingers. Stories waiting to be told, answers waiting to be found. Because the truth never stays hidden forever.
This was good. Let's see what else he's got.
You're watching Northern Crimes.
In the remote wilderness of northern British Columbia, a road stretches 724 kilometers between Prince Rupert and Prince George.
Wait, what?
724 kilometers between Prince Rupert. In the remote wilderness of northern British Columbia, a road stretches 724 kilometers between Prince Rupert and Prince George. Known as Highway 16, it winds through breathtaking forests, rugged...
See, they call it the Highway of Tears, and that doesn't surprise me. I was trying to formulate it some way like that, a little bit more elegantly. There we go. I had a bunch of weapons.
mountains, and small, isolated communities.
You're watching Northern...
Gonna get off murder for a little bit.
Today we'll be talking about the philosophy of an absolutely amazing war force, which we can say without exaggeration is one of the most influential, important, complex and downright bizarre games of the 20th century. And it's even been featured in New York's Museum of Modern Art. Dwarf Fortress is just a downright fantastic game, full of abject chaos, and if you get into it, it will eat up a considerable amount of your time. My partner and I got rather hooked on it at one point. I feel like it was basically all we did in our spare time for about 6 months, and we sucked at it. I mean, we got a bit better, but mostly we sucked at it. But in this video, I'll be drawing on an article I wrote about Dwarf Fortress, published in the academic journal Games and Culture. If you wanted to find the full version, it's called Interpreting Dwarf Fortress, Finitude, Absurdity and Narrative. I'll be giving kind of a condensed version of it here, but it's available to anyone that would want to read it without any paywall or anything on that.
Mothman Cultist Incense. I got my credit. Good.
Journals page. I'll link it in the description. But before we even get to the philosophy of Dwarf Fortress, or even what kind of game it is, the story of Dwarf Fortress and the making of it is already remarkable. It's the product of two brothers, Tarn and Zach Adams, working completely on their own, developing this game and hosting it online completely for free for 20 years, surviving for a long time on donations from fans of their game, which over the years grew to a niche but considerable online following of devotees who just loved their game. But during that time, Dwarf Fortress didn't achieve mainstream popularity for somewhat fair reasons. Why? Well, you might wonder how or why a game could be in development for 20 years. It's absurdly complicated. One of the most complicated, detailed simulations ever put in a computer game. And it tries, within a fantasy setting, to be as realistic as possible. In 2016, Tarn Adams said they were approximately 42% of the way towards simulating the narratively interesting parts of existence. So no wonder it took 20 years to make. And largely because of its complexity, in the condition it was in for those 20 years, Dwarf Fortress was, simply, difficult even to learn how to play, how to navigate its menu systems, numerous keyboard commands, many interweaving parts, and ASCII graphics, where everything was represented by letters and numbers rather than graphics. Many new players give up on Dwarf Fortress quite quickly, but the ones that stick with it really stick with it. I admit I was one of those that gave up quite quickly. I tried it, I downloaded it, and I couldn't make a word of sense of it. It was totally impenetrable to me. Which is why my ears pricked up when I heard that a new version of it was being released on Steam in December 2022. I think what happened was one of the Adams brothers needed some kind of medical treatment or something, which I've spoken about in interviews, I think, which in the US costs an arm and a leg. And this experience made them realise that they needed to sort their financial situation out and actually start to make a reasonable living off what had become their life's work. So they decided to make a revamped version of their game and sell it on Steam for about $30, worth every single penny, by the way. The Steam version is much more accessible to new players, featuring graphics, a tutorial, help menus, all of which helped it to reach a wider audience. It immediately overtook Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 to become the top-selling game on the platform. Sold 160,000 copies in 24 hours. I was one of them. Quickly sold over 500,000 copies. I think at some point it was sitting at around 800,000, which is probably more now, and it's made the Adams brothers millionaires. I find in Dwarf Fortress a truly inspiring indie success story, and to see the amount of goodwill pouring into the developers of this game from its long-time fans, many of them developers themselves, was in a way quite moving. People that had already been playing this game for years couldn't wait to buy the Steam version, and basically overnight, the Adams brothers achieved their goal of financial stability and saw their years of hard work pay off. They had a creative vision, an idea, an admittedly rather bizarre one, but one which resonated with many, and on which they worked for 2 whole decades to realise, and are still working on it. Dwarf Fortress has often, repeatedly been praised by game developers for its innovations in procedural generation, its depth, its complexity, scale, and for blazing the trail for many other games. An article in PC Gamer collected many such responses from developers, including a Caves of Cud developer, another absolutely superb game which we've covered in 2 videos on this channel. Seriously, I think it's one of the best roguelike RPGs ever made, if those words mean anything to you. I think this Caves of Cud developer speaks for many other game developers when they say Dwarf Fortress is the most intricate simulation game ever made, and one of the biggest influences.
I disagree.
Simulation.
I think Minecraft is that. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is that at all. Oh well, I don't know. I think Minecraft is just as deep as Dwarf Fortress, or deeper.
Depth, design tone, visual style, all extremely foundational for the genre, all imprinted on me and hundreds of other games. I couldn't possibly list all of these games, but these games that Dwarf Fortress has influenced would include Minecraft and Terraria, 2 of the best-selling games of all time, and RimWorld, another hugely popular colony simulator. So what kind of game is Dwarf Fortress, and what's philosophical about it? I'll get into more detail as we go on, but at its core, Dwarf Fortress is a colony simulator. It's a game where you manage the life of a colony of dwarfs. You build their fortress, you figure out ways to provide for their needs, generally take care of them, and make their society prosperous. But it's completely open how or if you do this. There's no win condition, no guiding objectives. You're completely free to experiment and go about playing the game however you want. You set your own objectives, you decide what to do and when and how to do it. But given that there's no actual win condition, you will lose eventually. And this is where the most famous slogan in the Dwarf Fortress community comes from. Losing is fun. And losing is hilariously, chaotically fun. With your lovingly crafted civilization unraveling at the seams, you losing control of everything and watching your colony crumble before your very eyes, in circumstances that, very often, you'd never have been able to predict. As for the philosophy of it, I think Dwarf Fortress can be interpreted as a game which is, perhaps unintentionally, about existentialist philosophy, of the kind I often talk about in my work. Specifically, I think you can understand Dwarf Fortress as a game about 3 aspects of humanity's existential tensions, which render our existence difficult and strange, but which must be confronted if we are to have full, happy, meaningful lives. These are, firstly, finitude, the fact that our existence in this world and our attempts to make sense of it have radical limits beyond our control, including our mortality. There's secondly what Camus called the absurd nature of our situation, the fact that we are creatures which desire meaning and order, but which live in a chaotic, meaningless world, and so must create and decide our own meaning. And thirdly, how one of our most powerful tools for doing this is producing narrative and personifying random events so that they feel significant rather than a matter of chance, as Geeta Jackson phrased it in their review of Dwarf Fortress in the Washington Post, which is also well worth a read. I believe Dwarf Fortress's importance for gaming extends beyond its influence on game design. It is revelatory of the existential drama of the human condition, our struggle to be civilized in a world which doesn't care about our suffering, and to be creatures of meaning in a meaningless world, and also to domesticate this world, and the world always resisting our attempts to do so. As I said, Dwarf Fortress is a colony management simulator with no predefined goal, endpoint, or win condition. It's up to the player to decide how to play and what goals they set themselves. You begin with 7 dwarfs, free to proceed as you please, and because there is no win condition, every playthrough will eventually end in disaster, meaning the death of your citizens or the abandonment of your fortress. Part of the charm of playing Dwarf Fortress surely is building the fortress, organising it, taking on administrative duties, observing the everyday goings-on, encountering the seemingly boundless, unpredictable possibilities in the world, the relations between its inhabitants and the different civilizations, and getting to know the individual personalities of the dwarves. But part of the fun is also discovering how your lovingly crafted civilization meets its doom. What forces of history, natural, supernatural, or political, will get you in the end. Losing is fun. But the player's very first task is choosing how the game generates its hugely complicated world from scratch every time. This means, amongst other things, deciding how many beasts there are in the world, how many other civilizations there are, and how much time has elapsed in the world before the player starts playing. Each world involves immensely
The tones are controlled with bone keys on a keyboard. This limonite artifact was the centerpiece to our new temple complex. About 100 levels below, we found the magma sea. Upon this, we went ahead and started placing magma forges, magma smelters, and kilns for clay and glass. The Wicked Anvil has stood for over 10 years. Legendary battles and heroes have graced these halls. This is going to be episodes 1 through 4 of my series. If you'd like to watch them in episode form, you can go back on my channel or hit the subscribe button and see all the future ones. If you enjoy this, hit a like, comment, subscribe, all the fun stuff. Let's go ahead and hop into the story. Upon hearing the news of the Hall of Shore civilization falling to the goblins in the north, the southern faction worked to avenge their kin, and a forward war-centric fortress was to be built, the Wicked Anvil. Named just for its purpose, it is to be a fortress that the goblin hammer will ring against repeatedly and it will not falter. Nestled between a mighty dwarven kingdom and the treacherous goblin-held lands of the maligning monster, this fortress will serve as the front line in our relentless war against the goblin horde. With the echoes of hammer and anvil ringing in the deeps, our dwarves will forge this bastion into an unbreakable shield and a mighty weapon for the dwarves, protecting our kin and striking fear into the hearts of our enemies. Join us as we embark on this epic journey where every stone laid brings us closer to victory in the battle for survival. This is the Wicked Anvil. Like every fortress playthrough, we set out to strike the earth. These 7 dwarves were sent out by the mountain homes to build a fortress ready for war. As you can see,
this is the tale of Trail, stealer of smiles and too curious by miles. His journey began as they all do. He got up and set off, and away he flew. Through snowdrifts he drudged, away from his kinsmen he judged. He had never been over fond of company. He preferred the solace of harmony. Away from the pits his path drew, and around him tall pines grew. Dark descended upon the land, shelter he sought, he needed at hand. A cave he had heard tell was close by, but beasties and critters
players. But what if I told you there was an alternate game mode where you can go off on custom adventures throughout the world instead, turning the game into a crazy in-depth roguelike that can range from epic adventures to downright insane gameplay. Anyways, enter Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, where I will be giving it the proper shot it deserves after its early access release in Steam. To make things interesting, my big goal of the day will be a glorious one, which is simple. I want to slay 1 monster. Not only that, but I'll be starting off as the weakest character class, which should make the journey all the more difficult. I will probably die on the way, but losing is fun. Anyways, I hope you enjoy my journey on trying to become a monster slayer. Well, an adventurer has to start his journey somewhere. Even if that start is in the middle of a random clothing shop with a bone doctor trying to goad me into buying a blue shark leather loincloth. Anyways, everyone, welcome to Dwarf Fortress, particularly Adventure Mode. Anyways, we are joined by a potential hero or a potential victim. It really goes both ways. I mean, we've already packed all of the basic essentials, so the last thing we need to do is get powerful and kill a beast. Now, I don't know where we are right now on the map, but if I was to guess from the surrounding location, we would be inside a city right now. Yeah, really, there is only one thing we need from this town right now before we go off on our big old journey, and that's food. We do have some money on our person right here. A solid 2 coins and 1 piece of copper, but in this current build, trading isn't possible, so we are gonna have to borrow some food before we leave on our journey. So right now, I'm going to go into the world map, and we are gonna go walking around the area to try to find a place to where we can get some food, which is gonna be on this little street right here. We're gonna be looking for the food imports, but while we are on the map, we can actually take a look around the area and see how things are looking. It looks like we spawned in on the top left of the map, with only a small amount revealed and there being a whole bunch of human civilizations. Which is pretty good for a starting spot, because that means we won't have to deal with any, zombies, beasts, man-sized, man-eating dingoes, or anything like that. But we'll focus on the world map later. Right now, we need food. So let's start looking around the area for it. Okay, cool, it's right here. We have ourselves a food imports place. Not gonna lie, it looks like a pretty basic shop. I'm also really hoping our friend here, Lysy, really doesn't mind me taking some food. I am going to strap the copper 2-handed sword to my upper body because that does wig out some civilians, and we are gonna help ourselves to 20 portions of celery. That should be more than enough to fuel me on my journey, and maybe we'll be able to pay it back. In order to make myself feel a little bit better, we will be dropping off our silver coins here as payment, as that's all we really need. Now, while we are here, I could actually initiate a conversation with this elf merchant here. I don't have a lot of faith that they know a lot of stuff, but if we ask around the area, we...
Sometimes I wonder what it must be like to be this nice. I think I had this in me at one point before it was scorched out of me by the system, prison, cops, problems, drug addictions, murder, suicides, and all this other stuff.
Might be able to figure out what the hell is going on around here. And this is another...
This guy is so much like my best friend, it's scary. And there's elements of this personality that I really like, but I also think is also extremely gullible.
Little part of adventure mode is that a lot of the dialogue is very random, but it's all procedurally generated, so the things people say will actually reflect on what they say throughout the zone, and it'll give me a smaller, introduction to our journey instead of running off into the woods and starting to kill stuff like I initially planned. So I'm going to continue a conversation with them, reply to their greeting, in which they say everything is fine. By the way, I completely forgot my name is Killhole the Nail. Anyways, we are going to be asking about the local ruler, and it looks like the routed council's rules over this town, with Suku being the Baroness. Okay, that's fine by me. The main thing that I want from this dialogue is to ask around the area to see if there are any troubles plaguing the city. And we are not going to ask the listener to join me in an insurrection. It's really funny that's an actual option, though. We're gonna change the subject to inquire about any troubles. And it looks like there's a group trying to reclaim a ruin of a hamlet. I have no idea if that's gonna be a group of bandits, but that might be a good transition over towards me killing a monster. So I am gonna be asking directions to Dunzai, in which they don't know the location. You know what, that's fine. Can you at least tell me about the group itself? Okay, never mind. This guy is actually pretty useless. He just says it was inevitable. I guess it was. I'm gonna assume that they are bandits, and I'm not going to buy that golden coin from you, okay? We're gonna leave, and we are going to go head off into our journey. And we are going to start off our adventuring journey. We can talk to people once I build up my skills a little bit. Because as it stands right now, we are competent when it comes to fighting, but I would want a little bit more skill if I'm going to, kill stuff. And the only way to build up my skills right now is through combat. So I am going to head off into the overworld map, and we are going to go run off into the woods. And basically, this is going to sound a little bit unhinged. We start killing small animals in order to build up our skills, right? Because the threat of a animal attacking me is a lot less than, let's say, a two-headed ogre trying to rip me in half. Now, thankfully, I did prepare ahead, and we do have ourselves, on top of our, two-handed sword, we do have a training sword. So I am going to be using that later. But for now, we're not going to take any chances. We're going to pull out our sword, and we are going to go look around for any poor animal on the way. Anyways, I will let y'all know if I find anything cool. For now, it's going to be a whole lot of searching. Maybe we can find something near the river as well. Okay, well, we found a group of ravens out here. They're not really going to be the best for me to fight, but I guess I can showcase the combat with these guys. We're going to walk up. Some of them are going to run away, but the majority are going to stay here. Anyways, this is my favorite part about Dwarf Forge's adventure mode. And it's the combat system, because instead of doing combat like a traditional roguelike where you just slap each other until you die, this game takes things to a whole new level. As you see, I can strike, wrestle, and dodge. For now, in order to showcase how in-depth this game can get, I'm going to wrestle the raven. And we can grab it with quite literally all of our limbs. We can stop attacks midway through. We can put them into chokeholds. We can lock out their arm joints. Anything is possible, just about. What I'm trying to say is that anything is possible, down to targeting their toes and their nose. For now, I am going to put this little raven here into a quick chokehold, which we pull off successfully, and then it's as simple as wrestling, strangling, and we strangle the raven so hard that its neck actually explodes. It passes out, it falls over, and if we look over at its status effects, it's probably not doing too good. It's unconscious, winded, and bleeding, and if we look at the health description, their throat is mangled beyond recognition. So in order to give it a quick little death, I will just chop off its head. Boom. We slash the raven in the neck, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Okay, I am going to kill the rest of these ravens because this is experience, but I really want to find a larger animal that's a little bit more tanky, because even with the training sword, I will kill these things very easily. Anyways, let's see how many we can get. That one, however, was not a miss. We slashed in the lower body, and the sheer momentum alone propelled the raven from a distance. It's insane how in-depth it gets. He's bled to death. Okay, let's go kill the other two, and then we will move on over towards, greater prospects. Potentially fighting horses or boars. And so the search continues. Okay, everyone, I've been looking around for quite a bit, and I haven't seen any animals, so I think instead of focusing on combat in that way, we can instead focus on other skills, right? Because the way this game works is, I would say it's very grindy, but in a way to where if you, punch a tree for, an hour straight, you will become a demigod. That is, of course, if you could target a tree. What I'm trying to say is that repetitive basic actions will turn you into a demigod, right? If I found, let's say, a crab, and I just wanted to punch it over and over again, just hitting it in the leg so it doesn't die, I could do that, potentially, for about an hour and a half, and leave that encounter with the skill set of a professional striker. Of course, we really can't do that because there are no animals nearby, and I don't really want to, cheese it that hard. But there is one thing that I can do. Okay, there are actually some more ravens here. You know what? I am going to attack one. We're going to grab it with our right hand, and we're going to pull out our training sword. I'm going to target its toes so it doesn't, die immediately. And maybe we can get up our skill to at least skilled. Alrighty, I've been locked within the throes of combat with this raven for quite a while. So much so, if you look at my stats right now, I'm actually exhausting myself over the amount of work that I've been putting in. But we have been feeling pretty satisfied from improving our fighting, our sword, and our tracking skills. And now, if you look at my character, we are now a skilled swordsman and an adequate fighter. So you know what, Raven? You did your job. I'm gonna let you go. At the very least, I feel a lot better. We're gonna release the grip, and he's probably gonna run away. Or he's gonna try to attack me. You really want to do this? Okay, he doesn't. Good, good, good. Anyways, now that we have increased our levels and skilled, I feel a little bit better in terms of fighting potential. I still do think we are not prepared at all to fight any monster whatsoever, because this game is really brutal. I mean, if I get punched in the lower body hard enough, the sheer weight from a punch alone might be enough to twist my spine, paralyze me from the waist down, and kill me from not being able to breathe anymore. Right? Or on the inverse, a guy could get a lucky strike on my hand, cut off my hand, and I will just bleed out and die. So doing cheesy stuff like fighting a raven to get my skill up by 1 level is gonna be something we need in order to survive. And speaking about that, we're gonna learn another skill, right? Because one important thing about this game is momentum, right? If you have momentum, you will probably win the fight. So I need to develop a way of dealing damage before blows even get exchanged. And the best way to do that right now is gonna be leveling up our throwing skill, because then we could grab a couple of rocks, and before we even begin combat, I could throw a couple at a poor enemy, and maybe those rocks will set the scales in my favor. So I'm gonna pick up quite a few rocks, and all we're gonna do to train it is quite literally throwing it at a wall. We are just gonna throw rocks at a wall until we get good at it. And so begins another big old grind fest. I will see all of you when I'm done training it up. Alrighty, after throwing rocks for a very long time, we have power leveled our character to a pretty decent amount. Anyways, let's look at our skills. We are now skilled at everything. We are skilled at being a swordsman, a thrower, an archer, and a dodger, which is all we need. And now that we have trained up stuff, I think we're ready for combat. Now, I will look around for any smaller enemies, before I go for the big one. But all of that starts by finding a nice little hamlet. So we are going to go into the world map. We are going to pull up our map, and we are gonna go to, let's go head over to Cup Riddles, a small human hamlet in the Learned Defect. It sounds like a pretty cool place, and once we reach there, we can reach the mayor's place and ask around for any, troublemakers, mischief, monsters around the area, basically stuff for me to kill. Hopefully, it's not something like a dragon, because, I'm not a very strong individual. Let's go look around a bit, and then we should be good. We'll start with the town streets, and then we'll work down over towards the mayor's place. Oh. Alrighty, that is not a good sign at all. We feel uneasy, and if I look over there, there are currently a couple of armored individuals that are near my location. I can already assume that these are going to be bandits. They will approach me, ask me to drop my stuff, but, me being me, I don't think I will. We are also a little bit hungry and thirsty, so before we even get into combat right now, I am going to scarf down a stick of celery and some water from our deer leather water skin. Okay, cool. Now if I start walking around, oh my, there are more than just a few people here, and that's not very good, because I'm just one of me. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at their equipment and stats. First of all, we have an elf mace man here, who's a skilled mace man but novice in other things, and he currently has leather armor on. Okay, I'll be able to kill him extremely easily. What about the swordsman? Basically the same thing with them having cloth. Okay, if all of these guys have cloth, we might be cooking. The only thing that I need to be worried about is 1, getting my weapon stuck inside one of these guys, because if we stab them and it gets lodged, we are going to get dogpiled. And 2, if I could help it, I would like to attack their legs, right? Because the only way we pull this off is if we play it smart. So I'm probably going to run into that back alley over there to kind of get them condensed, and I'm going to be targeting their legs, because if I'm able to cut their leg tendons, we will be able, that would force them to go prone, and as soon as they're prone, I'll be able to outrun them and throw rocks at them until they die. The only problem is that all it takes is 1 bad move. But we have a 2-handed greatsword, and we also have armor that these guys don't. So I'm feeling not the best, but pretty confident. So let's go move our way in right now. Oh, actually, wait, they're not targeting me right now. It looks like there's quite a few of them. There's another dwarf right down there. You know what? It's my civic duty to kill these guys, but I'm gonna wait on killing them right now because I would want a companion before I do this. So let's go head off. Okay, no, they're actually going to approach someone. You know what? I'm gonna do this right. I know these guys are bandits. We're gonna see if we can target one at a distance and then kill them. Yeah, right there. That's how you know they're evil. If we look at the logs right now, the bandits are introducing themselves, and the citizens are being afraid.
I kind of want to go into Dwarf Fortress with a adventure mode with a like take over the world bent. I thought about doing that in Kenshi too. Just wipe out the town, just take everything, kind of. Whatever town there is. He left me alone. Nice.
They're asking for mercy, so I think it's only right that Akik Killhold and...
Because I see some potential here for like having quite a lot of fun. This guy witnessed me here, so I'm gonna go chop by their castle.
Nail puts a nail in their coffin. Okay, it looks like the Mace Man is alone as well. So, let's throw a rock at his head. Even better yet, let's just hit him. We're going to be going for a direct hit to the upper body, which is very square, and we are going to stab him. He moved out of range. That's fine, because I can throw a rock at him instead. Is what I would say if I actually brought rocks with me. Okay, that's useless. That's okay. We will instead fight him normally. And right now, the only location that I won't target is his head. So I'm going to pull off a strike. We're going to go for the left upper arm here, and we are going to do a quick slash with our sword. We tried to hit him, it got blocked, and he attacked me, but I jumped away. which is pretty nice. We're gonna try to hit him again, though, this time with a heavy slash straight to his chest. Oh, by the way, I should probably describe that. So when I get into combat, you can see a whole bunch of stats, right? What really matters is the difficulty of the strike and how square it is. Basically, the more square an attack is, the more damage you will do, and the easier it is to hit. So right now, attacking his upper body is going to be the best chance, and that's why I am going for a heavy attack. And it looks like we were able to slash him, bruising the muscle, and I shattered his ribs. Holy hell, today is not your day. He's alarmed, he's terrified, and he's currently experiencing trauma. I'll end it soon though, buddy. We're gonna try to keep up that momentum and go for his lower body, sadly resulting in a miss. That's fine. We just need to kill him before his buddies get a glance of me. Okay, this might be a little bit more rough than I thought. We slashed him in the arm, and we did bruise his muscle, but he did bash me in the head with the mace. Thankfully, the attack did get deflected, but it did mess me up quite a bit. That's why armor's important. Okay, we need to end him right now. He hit me again, but it was deflected. Oh, actually, while I am here, there's one last skill that you can use. And if you look down, you see that we have a third option. We can actually parry stuff, which is basically using your skill of your weapon to defend against a character. What I'm going to do instead is actually catch his bronze mace before he hits me with it. So I'm going to wrestle him. I'm going to grab with my left hand, and we are going to target the mace. Bada boom. We strike at him, the shot is blocked, but we catch his mace with my left hand. It is insane the amount of stuff you can do. Not only that, if this guy is weak, I'd be able to rip it right out of his grip. Yeah, no, this guy only has high stamina. Yeah, I think I can win this actually. So we are gonna be grabbing his bronze mace, and we are gonna gain possession. He is gonna get a lot of hits in on me, and he did bash me in the foot, but we lost the possession. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna kill him. Oh, there it is. Okay, we basically win. We slashed him so hard in the arm, he dropped his weapon. Yeah, no, this game's combat system is freaking brutal. If I look at his stats right now, he can't grab anything. He can use his other arm, but his other arm has his shield, so let's finish him off. Stabbing him right in the guts, making him retch and vomit. Then going for his right hand, hitting him so hard my sword gets lodged into his arm, and he drops his shield. Okay, cool. Now please die. And there it is. We stab him, and he finally gave into pain. Now I can just punch him in the head, and he should die pretty soon. Yep, there it is. He's dead. We cut off his entire head. Damn, dude, that is brutal, man. I will take the weapons, because I can actually use those as throwing tools, right? So let's pick up the mace, let's pick up the shield. I am going to take a tactical retreat so I can rest up a bit, and we will be right back to kill the other bandits, hopefully expediting the process in killing them, one by one. Alrighty, I went into the world map, moved around a bit, and came back in, so I refreshed the map, and now, if we look at our character, we should be a-okay. Yeah, we have no real wounds, other than a massive scar on our neck from the mace hit. I also went ahead, picked up some rocks, so I have a couple of ranged weapons to throw at these people. Okay, this might get a little bit tricky. They have a bowman as well. I think I'm gonna go for the mace man first, if I could help it. So you know what? I'm gonna try and hit him from a distance with a rock, and maybe I'll be able to aggro him from a distance. We are pretty good at throwing, so the chances we hit one of these are pretty high. Matter of fact, that one hit right there. He's angry, and he's going to approach me. Or not. Okay, I'll just keep on throwing rocks at him. Okay, there it is. One of them is moving in, and it looks to be the dwarf. Alright, if your buddy doesn't want to help, then I will absolutely dunk on this guy. How good is he? Not good as me. And there it is, first blood. We hit him right in the head, and that really shows that armor is very important. I think that's gonna be it for me. We're gonna dodge back, and we are gonna hit another attack in the upper body with a stab. Finishing it off with a very heavy slash in the neck. We missed. That's fine, we'll get another chance. Like right now. Boom, that's his shield gone. That's gonna be his liver as well, but he did get a very good hit on my spleen and my lower body, so I'm gonna jump away to get my weapon back, and we are gonna try our best to hit him with a finisher. Or I could just, you know, chop his arm off. Damn, I missed. I'll just go for his head instead. Opening up even more arteries. Boom, easy peasy. I'm gonna go pick up that...
Maybe a New Vegas run where I just kill everyone.
Silver mace now, and I will be using that.
I don't have to do any quests or anything. I just kill everybody in the game, pretty much.
To throw at these...
It's not that I'm into murder. It's that I want to feel like I'm the strongest person on, like, in the game or whatever. I don't really know how to do that. I was saying this game might be fun because you could view this game kind of like an extraction game. You could like spawn in, find some human's house, kill everybody inside, base out of there, roam west, kill everybody that you see west, come back, drop all the loot in the base, and start treating this weird RPG world like an extraction game. And I've been looking for games where I can do that, and I can't really find them very much. It's kind of annoying. It's not that I'm evil. It's just I kind of do want to like dominate their whole deal. Die, Musushu. Why are you wearing it such a dumb thing? God damn it. Get on him now. I was thinking about Morrowind Online might be pretty fun if it's modded the correct way. Yeah, like what's the deal with that? Are the NPCs essential or what? I don't know. Maybe I should rock my bow. Oh. Aww, the steppe horse is very hungry? Okay. Well, we can feed him. Here, come back here and just come to me. I love that I can do that. I can just call him like hi-ho Silver. The game's so slow that no one's willing to sit around a door camp because it takes so much time to do anything that nobody will door camp really. Like not for longer than like 10 minutes, you know, because it takes so long to do anything in this game that nobody wants to waste any time. Like just if it's not directly productive, you know, they won't waste the time. It's kind of cool.
These other guys. So it's your turn next, buddy. Bring it on. No way that hits. Okay, everyone, that's really, really, really bad. This bowman is currently shooting arrows at me, and if he hits it, I will die. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into a sprint. This will exhaust me, and we're gonna have to get out of its sight line right now. Oh, please don't shoot me. Oh, dude, it's scary. Okay. That's fine. They're attacking me. If we just dodge down to the southwest, we should be able to get out of, you know, our harm's way. And now that we're back here, we can finally continue killing.
I want to try Dwarf Fortress again. I own Dwarf Fortress, and I can just pop into it at will. There's nothing stopping me. Where's my Steam? Steam. I should have robbed him. Is it the poacher? No, the trader. The trader. Oh, there's a reaper. Just do the reaper. He has a spell scroll. I haven't played Dwarf Fortress since they added the vendors, and I was wondering if the vendors might kind of change the game for me. I don't think it will. I think Kenshi is closer to a better game than that game is, but yeah. The music's good, I know that. I've got to enable some mode or something in Steam before I can get what I want here. Music's good. Oh, here we go. Human. Merfolk save human 4 is human. Oh, Merfolk saved is human 4. Ah! You are killing my sheep. Uso. I like the music. $1,300. Okay. Am I chopping? Need money. Oh. Gold bows. There's a silver bow. So this is the top of the list. It brings you to the top, which is iron. Yeah, I think that should be good. I guess I can sell the other stuff, but I'll have to carry it, I suppose. Iron spear, iron maces. I don't know, like, are they heavy? I don't know if it matters or what. But iron pike or iron spear? Spear, how? I'll take a silver spear and a silver bow. Another silver bow, except... Oh, I pick a pet, do I? Like Harry Potter. I'm gonna take a swordsman next. I'm gonna take like 5 people. A Reese, okay. I don't know. I guess. Wait. Oh yeah, you do give him what he needs, I was gonna say. Okay. I'm gonna run 6. What is a lasher? Oh, it's probably a spear, like a whip person. And a pikeman. 5, 6. There's like no mage in this game yet. It's only like other stuff, so and we'll bring a speaker with us. What was that sound? Are you fighting me? Yeah. I think I should take one that isn't like a speaker. Yeah, speaker. I'll bring a speaker. Ready to adventure. Go. Hold the middle mouse button to move. Okay. See, that's what I wondered. I wondered how much I can zoom in. Every creature in adventure mode moves simultaneously. What happened to the settings for the music? Oh, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Every creature in adventure mode moves simultaneously. Once you initiate movement, play will advance until you can move again. The duration of movement depends on gait, injuries, etc. Easiest way to move is to left click in the play area. Your character will path to the target tile if possible. The base game has limited crafting. Click the help button. I don't see it. For one thing, the UI is sort of small, but it almost killed me. That son of a bitch. It almost did do it. Wow. See, I don't know. I don't think this is my game. It doesn't. It never has been. I don't think. It's annoying. I like this game, but it's a little too old and a little too old style for me. But I like to pretend, you know? Crossbow bolt.
browse.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Still recharging.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Is there trouble? For the truth.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I am on it.
Approaching Stargate.
What brings you here? Be careful.
That merchant doesn't like you.
Autopilot jumping.
I should have set for to dull in our will this
Warping
last
to
run.
Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Good luck. Peace be with you. May the stars guide you.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I had to zone that bird. Well, I almost died too.
Approaching Stargate.
I feel like I should mod this. There's like a whole bunch of fucking hardcore mods that... or not hard... well, yeah, hardcore mods that warn you about certain faction things and all this. I wonder if I can just auto-install all my classic add-ons to this. Because it would be nice. I'm not too attached to this, but I realized that I can just like rest a character and very lackadaisically play it for many months to come. And just cap that way. Which I probably will do. The only real problem with hardcore is if you get impatient. If you get impatient, you lose. If you can just
autopilot jumping.
patiently do it the whole time, you do pretty well.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What's that? Oh no.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I was running back, but actually I don't think I want to. Actually, I'm going to log here and just see what it does with mods.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Fucking deer startled me. I thought it was a player moving on me. I was like, ah, player? Don't kill me. No, no. No, don't kill me. Let me jump, let me jump, let me jump, let me jump, let me jump. You wasted my time, you worthless piece of shit developer. Fuck you. Why do you do this stupid brain dead shit, you fucking brain dead worthless cocksuckers? The fuck's wrong with you? Why do you design like this?
Autopilot jumping.
I find just
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Don't do that.
Autopilot
Just
disabled.
go to gel. Goddamn fucking brain dead, cocksucking, worthless developers. Fucking brain dead fucking ideas. Why would she summon?
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video. Want to give you guys an update on a major free title finally making its way on over to Steam after it's been available for a little bit. It's a game that's been received incredibly well. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but it is going to be a big title, and I think it's going to do very, very well on Steam as well. So we'll talk about that, and a game that I think a lot of people think. Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video. Want to give you guys an update on a major free title finally making its way on over to Steam after it's been available for a little bit. It's a game that's been received incredibly well. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but it is going to be a big title, and I think it's going to do very, very...
Don't make fun of me for the minor sunburn. I looked out the window for 5 seconds, and this was the result of it. But it's been wild for me to sit back and watch as people have been visibly confused over the reception of Bungie's upcoming game, Marathon. And I've seen writers, I've seen journalists, I've seen commentators and content creators and fans all sitting back going, I'm just so sick of how toxic things have become. How could you be so critical of something that's not even out yet? It's almost like we haven't been, for the better part of the last decade, watching as these companies have been torching their reputation at both ends, while also at the exact same time bending these players over backwards, taking advantage of them. You want these guys to be optimistic? What? Marathon doesn't have an uphill battle. It has a mountain to climb, and that's not a mountain that the players put there. That's an obstacle Bungie put there. It's not that Marathon as a game conceptually can't find an audience. I do think an audience is there for
I think
how
that,
big that is.
I've always thought that.
Story.
I've always thought
its
that.
biggest issues aren't tied to the game. It's tied to Bungie. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about the negative discourse that's surrounding Marathon right now. I want to talk about why it is the way that it is. I want to talk about how Sony and Bungie have essentially clipped its wings before it can even fly. And I'd like to talk about whether or not Marathon can run or fall flat on its face. Spoiler, it's going to be a little bit of both. Just last week, Bungie finally pulled back the curtain on their upcoming extraction shooter, Marathon, a name that echoes from the depths of the studio's past. For those that are unfamiliar, Marathon wasn't just one of Bungie's earliest projects, it was their beginning. Originally developed for the Mac in the mid-90s, the Marathon trilogy gave Bungie its first taste of recognition, but it also nearly killed them. One of the games in the series was shipped with a critical error that, no exaggeration, was wiping players' hard drives upon installation. The backlash for this was catastrophic. Bungie was drowning in returns and on the verge of bankruptcy, and to survive, they ended up cutting a deal with Microsoft, and in exchange for covering the damages, Bungie would develop a new project for Microsoft and their upcoming console, the original Xbox. That project was Halo. So in a way, Marathon was both the origin of Bungie's fame and their near-death experience that then forced them into pivoting into a franchise that made them into legends. Now here we are 3 decades later, they're dusting off that legacy and they're gambling with fate all over again. Now this new Marathon, controversially enough, is said to be a 3-player squad-based PvEVP extraction shooter. Players are going to be taking on the role of runners, humans that have abandoned their mortal bodies for sleek cybernetic shells, chasing fame and fortune across the ruins of Tau Ceti. After a mysterious calamity had wiped out the planet's researchers, corporations had stepped in, sponsoring these runners to come in and scavenge whatever's left. Tech, data, secrets, whatever they can get their hands on. Players are going to battle with hostile AI sentinels, alien threats, and other squads in a race to, well, extract before being wiped out. Bungie has also gone on to hint a little bit more at larger scale events as well. Boss encounters, dungeons, maybe even some Destiny-style raids if we're lucky that might be hiding underneath the surface of this game. Now, on paper, this should have been a slam dunk. A major studio with one of the strongest FPS pedigrees in all of gaming, reviving a long-dormant IP, creating a very distinct-looking sci-fi world within a genre that really isn't all that overcrowded. 5 or 6 years ago, I think this would have lit the gaming world on fire, but times have changed, my friends, and this game's reception couldn't have been any colder. Instead of hype, the announcement was met with skepticism, sarcasm, and exhaustion. Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, go ahead and pick your platform. It doesn't really matter where you're looking, because very few players were impressed, and even fewer were optimistic. Day over day, as more information has been revealed, the backlash against both Bungie and Marathon has only gotten worse. I think the first red flag of this reveal was the genre itself. Marathon is a hero-based extraction shooter. That alone is going to raise some eyebrows. While Bungie definitely has a long history being praised for its PvP in Halo and Destiny, what's truly made them who they are is their PvE content. Say what you will about Destiny's monetization and its seasonal bloat, believe me, we'll talk about that later, but there is a reason why their raids and dungeons are considered the gold standard for MMO-styled action combat. Beyond that, keep in mind that this game doesn't seem to have any narrative, and it's not going to feature any type of PvE cooperative modes, yet Bungie has built their entire empire on cinematic storytelling, memorable characters, and finely tuned cooperative play. So this sudden pivot into a genre that appeals to a completely different audience of player just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't align with what their audience wants. It feels like trend chasing, plain and simple. And on top of that, the extraction shooter genre is brutal. There are really only, 2 success stories that we have, Escape from Tarkov and Hunt Showdown. Nearly every other attempt has face planted after launch because these games are niche by design. They're not meant to be easily digestible or streamlined experiences. Their very appeal lies in their punishing loops, the tension, the messiness, the lack of hand-holding. The moment you try to sand off the edges to appeal to a broader audience, you kill what makes these games special. Simplify the loot and the game feels hollow. Add revives and you cut the stakes. Throw in flashy abilities and you undermine player skill. Any of these changes tells fans of that genre that this studio doesn't understand what they're building, and Bungie is already making all of those changes. I mean, case in point, there's no proximity chat in Marathon because according to Bungie, it would be way too toxic. I am so sick of this, by the way.
I don't think Halo needed anything at all. Halo Infinite, I actually think Halo Infinite was a good game. It just needed a leveling system like Borderlands, and it would have been I think Halo could have easily come right back to the top of the scene. I think these guys mismanaged really bad.
This constant desire to soften.
There's no reason to play Halo if there's no growth. I'm sorry, but you've gotten us addicted to RPG cultures to the point where I almost, when I'm playing a racing game, when I smash into the side of a wall or something like that, I want to see some numbers pop and slide, little numbers grinding as I lose like integrity to the side of the car and stuff. I don't really want to, like even in racing, I could see damage numbers. You guys have got me addicted to that. And I mean, Halo was like, oh cool, I shot this alien. What do I gain from it?
And sanitize the edges of every.
That's the problem. The games don't really feel like you're attaining growth when you do it. That's my problem with single player games, is you don't really feel like you're getting growth when you do it. Like towards yourself. You feel like you're getting an experience that's one and done. And I think that's fitting for some people, but I don't know. I struggle with it.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Gaming experience, This isn't making games safer, it's making them less interesting. The only thing that's safe about them is nobody's going to be playing them. In an extraction shooter, proximity chat isn't just flavor, it's function. It creates emergent, unforgettable moments. I cannot tell you guys how many times I've run into another player while playing Escape from Tarkov, adrenaline pumping, we're awkwardly trying to negotiate a ceasefire. Maybe we part ways peacefully, maybe we actually team up, maybe we betray each other in the next 5 minutes. That tension, that unpredictability, that's what makes this genre. Bungie, stripping it out in the name of safety, shows that either they don't get it or they're too afraid to embrace it. Now, if that wasn't enough, and I really love this part, I love when these developers do this, but when fans were asking if the game would include more PvE-focused content, maybe offer some options down the road for players that want something more cooperative over competitive encounters, Bungie responded with everybody's favorite line, "This game isn't made for you," telling fans of Destiny PvE that they don't recommend Marathon to them. Seriously, that's the message that you guys want to be sending to the Destiny community. The same people that have funded the game that you're making right
for
now.
like all these
years of support, expansions, and microtransactions that they purchased in
mismanagement.
Destiny 2. Bungie isn't just ignoring their core audience.
Misappropriation.
Actively alienating them. It is baffling to me how many of these studios continue to make the exact same mistake, treating genuine questions like they're nuisances instead of an opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, if Bungie was paying attention, they would realize that players generally like the idea of a PvE-focused experience where they can then take what they earn into a more high-stakes PvP mode. It's the one thing that players have been waiting for and they've been wanting to get from Tarkov, and arguably, Bungie has the better skill set to deliver. Imagine if having a co-op PvE exploration mode or narrative mode where you can go and build your wealth, skill, and arsenal, and then go and take that into an extraction mode where there's more risk, where there's more reward, where the challenge is even greater. Players want that. That sounds like a great game that a lot of people would want to play. I do not understand how you miss a layup like this. Now you're sitting there saying to yourself, it just can't get any worse. LD, it can't get worse. Baby, it's 2025. Of course it can. Marathon, while only launching with 6 playable characters and 3 maps, is not going to be free to play. It's a premium title. And not only will players have to pay up front, the game will also launch with
Bungie is hoping that the game is good enough that people will pay for it.
This is microtransactions and premium content. Bungie said it would be a premium product, and through their official Marathon Twitter later then clarified, saying that it won't be full price and details will come later, likely pointing to Sony's strategy of pricing live service titles around $40 like Helldivers 2, Foam Stars, and Concord, noticing that only one of those games survived. Now, I've seen a lot of people trying to defend this, and I got something to say to you, by the way. People making comparisons to Helldivers 2, you clearly haven't played it. That game earned its $40 price tag through ethical monetization and great gameplay. Every cosmetic, every battle pass, every microtransaction in Helldivers 2 can be earned through gameplay. Their battle passes don't expire. The grind is fair. Players feel respected. That's the key. Bungie, on the other hand, has one of the worst reputations in the entire industry for monetization. Between Destiny 2's constantly shifting economy, disappearing content, and overpriced cosmetics, there is no reason at all to believe that Marathon will offer anything close to the level of goodwill of Helldivers 2. Sony saw the success of Helldivers 2 and took the wrong lesson. They saw the price point, not the philosophy behind it. I guess at least we can say that Sony did learn one good lesson from Helldivers 2, and they will not be requiring players to have a PlayStation account on PC or Xbox to be able to play Marathon. So what's my take on all of this? Honestly, I like these kind of games. I genuinely do. I dig the aesthetic. The world looks really intriguing, and I know Bungie's gunplay is still some of the best in the business. With that said, I'm incredibly skeptical whether or not they can pull this off. I do not like the hero shooter angle. Those character designs look painfully weak. The gameplay looks painfully slow. They are charging a premium price. They are known for predatory monetization, and they are already making compromises on what makes this sort of game special. You guys are entering into one of the most competitive and unforgiving markets in this industry. The bodies of dead live service games stretch as high as the unemployment lines are long, and you're making a bet on a genre that has far more casualties than it does successes. But you guys think you could do it better. I feel like this is just another chapter in this industry's ongoing identity crisis. We've reached the tail end of the Battle Royale boom. These publishers are now scrambling, trying to figure out what comes next.
To do.
Extraction shooters
Something
to them
do.
seem like the next big experiment, but I don't think they're it. They're just too niche for a broad audience, and broad audiences aren't what Bungie is trying to target. Most players are going to lean hard in either one side or the other, either PvE or PvP focused games. Forcing both of them together narrows that appeal, and any compromise that you're going to make to try to cater to one side or the other ultimately will ruin this game for everyone. Now, that's not to say that Marathon can't find success, but I do think the kind of success that Bungie and Sony are banking on is a fantasy, especially if they're charging a premium price on top of battle passes and microtransactions. You're putting up a paywall around a game that lives or dies by player engagement. It makes no sense to me. You are actively pushing away the very people that might have just tried the game out of curiosity, people who might have liked it, stuck around, and maybe even brought their friends with them. I realize this is going to be a relatively cold take, but I just do not see the logic in charging an upfront cost for something that is effectively a free-to-play model. When your business depends on keeping players around for the long term, the only thing that matters is how many people you can get in the door and how long you can keep them there. I'm going to tell it to you guys straight. I think a lot of people are preaching platitudes when it comes to this game. I think that Sony spent $400 million on Concord. How much are they willing to spend on a Bungie live service title? I would guarantee there's some serious cash that flew into this. Not only that, but they spent $3 billion acquiring that company. They cannot afford for this game to be niche, but that's exactly what this game is going to be, because that's just what this genre is. And keep in mind, the Destiny 2 has not been financially viable, or at least not as profitable as Sony needed it to be
10 years
when they purchased Bungie for that $3 billion. So, yeah, this can't be a niche game. It needs to be a breakout hit. They need it to be a Helldivers 2. They need it to be a Marvel Rivals or even something bigger than that, and maintain that speed, not just have it fall off after a week or two or something like that. This already looks like a high-risk gamble in a genre that just cannot compete with the kind of numbers that both Sony and Bungie are going to be looking for. And you're already giving players plenty of reasons not to even try the game, let alone play it. I'm just saying try it, or even be interested in it. $40 for a live service game with all of the trappings, no proximity chat? What are you guys thinking? Who's making these decisions? You know, ironically, if I was a publisher and I wanted to make a profitable live service game, you know what I would make? Destiny. But just not Destiny or Warframe. I think there is a general, genuine hunger from players that want an MMO-like action RPG experience that doesn't have players that have 10 years of experience in front of them. They want a even start. They want to be on the ground level with everybody else. And I think that the First Descendant showed that. I think that it also showed that if your game's not good, the players aren't going to stick around. But I think that showed a general hunger for something in the live service market that isn't there right now, or at least players aren't seeing that's there. And for Marathon, I just don't see that same kind of draw. And I don't think this game is going to make its money back. I just don't see it happen. Now, with that said, I still think that this launch is going to be a big deal. Bungie's name still carries weight. We're talking about the people that made Halo and Destiny. And for a lot of people, that's all you're going to need. There are going to be people that are going to line up to buy this game just off the name alone. Not a lot of people are involved in these kind of conversations. We saw the same kind of thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, though we don't necessarily know exactly how profitable or how popular that game actually is. But it makes a lot of sense as to why people would be confused by the general discourse surrounding Marathon right now. They see the negativity, they see the identity politics and things like that, the heavy-handed criticisms, and they all look at it and ask, you know, why are you rooting for something to fail that's not even out yet? And I think boiling down all that into toxicity and ideological hate misses the point entirely. People do not trust Bungie, and people do not trust Sony. And you're putting them in the same room together. And that's not a good combination. That's not what players are looking for. And I think that this game is going to show them, both of these companies are going to suffer the consequences of taking advantage of the very players that they need for this game to succeed. Trust has been a reoccurring theme in some of my recent videos, and Marathon might be the best case study yet that we've seen for what happens to a studio when it's burned through it entirely. What the media, publishers, developers, and even other players often miss out on, it's not just the tone that matters when it comes to criticism, it's the source. Where is all of this unrest coming from? As a studio, your foundation for your next game should be the players that you already have. You build trust with them, you reward their loyalty, you grow from there. You do not abandon them to go chase an audience that you never even had. especially when that audience that you do have is already skeptical. But that's exactly what Bungie is doing here, because I don't think that Destiny players want Marathon, and I don't think the outsiders looking in are any more convinced after seeing how Bungie treats its own customers and their staff. They have turned their reputation into a currency.
I don't respect these developers at all.
Sure, some criticisms may be hyperbolic, and yeah, in today's political climate, it's easy to fall back on ideological explanations, but let's set all of that aside for a second. Look at what's actually going on here. Let's look at the history here. Look at Destiny 2. Why would anyone trust Bungie? Why would anyone want to get excited for their next game? Destiny 2 brought with it a slow, relentless shift into predatory monetization. In-game rewards were stripped away and moved into the Eververse store. Then came content vaulting, an entire expansion that players had paid for, removed from the game. No refunds, no apologies, no real benefit for the players. Then they started sunsetting weapons that players had grinded for, invalidating progress, all in the name of balance, only for them to reverse course on that later. Then Sony bought them for $3.6 billion. Players were promised. They were told that things would get better, more transparency, faster content, better communication. Instead, monetization got worse, content got buggier, and the development cycle slowed to a crawl. Then came the layoffs. Sony started gutting the studio, cutting narrative leads and veteran developers. The same people who built what fans loved were then tossed aside. Reports of crunch, discrimination, and a toxic workplace then followed. Lawsuits then after that, all coming from a studio that constantly paraded around its progressive values in public, but apparently all for nothing. And after all of that, what do players get? They got Lightfall, a broken, bloated, recycled expansion that felt more like filler and cost the same as a full-price title. You know, let's not forget that this is the same Bungie that charges $150 for a free-to-play game, though Steam estimates it'll cost you over $450 if it's not all in a bundle for Destiny 2. There are battle passes, paid dungeons, cosmetic bundles, event cards, paywalled expansions, and a $60 expansion cycle. While it definitely seems that the game's latest expansion was received well, why would players be excited for anything that Bungie then puts out after this? They don't trust them, and frankly, they shouldn't. There's no loyalty left, no goodwill, just the appearance of a studio that's looking for new ways to squeeze the last few dollars out of whoever's left around. This is one of the reasons why they keep losing players, and when you treat players like disposable wallets, you can't be surprised when they treat your next project like a joke. Bungie and Sony are gambling with their franchises, betting everything on growth, on shareholder satisfaction, on live service revenue, but you don't build trust by gambling. You build it with respect. And right now, that respect is gone. And look, I get it. I know that the discourse around games has gotten more toxic, but so has the way that players have been treated. Studios are demanding more money, offering less value, and when players push back, they're dismissed, they're mocked, they're told that this game isn't made for you. This isn't about ideology. This is the direct result of corporate bloat, of chasing endless growth in an industry that's already overextended. Eventually, you're going to hit a ceiling. You're going to outpace your own audience, and when you can't pull in any more players, the only thing that's left to do is to bleed the ones that you already have dry. How can you blame these players for being skeptical or negative when they're treated this way? I mean, if we take the time to look at all these criticisms through a lens of distrust, it all starts to make sense. Take Marathon's character designs. I personally do not find them appealing. Nothing about them really grabs me, but I do understand what Bungie is going for here. This is a transhumanist universe where people have just given up on humanity. Think Cyberpunk 2077, but another 800 years later.
Cyberpunk sucked. Why do you guys always bring up Cyberpunk? It was the worst disaster of the last 10 years. Stop bringing it up like it was good. It wasn't good.
Because canonically, they've lost touch with that. And this is the point that I think a lot of people miss, is that nuance is lost on a skeptical audience. They are not going to assume the best, they're going to assume the worst. I've seen the accusations, the backlash about androgyny, the character designs, the questions about who's leading the project. Some of it is ideological, sure, without a doubt. But all of it? No. I don't think it's all about gender or identity. I think it's about trust. Players have been watching. They've been seeing this song and dance play out for years now. We've watched as countless studios have injected gender ideology as a smokescreen for weak design, for shallow writing. Players have been treated like they're problems that need to be fixed and educated, and now they're just going to assume the worst. Would you break your bond with your community? Would you break that trust that you had with them? Even the thoughtful, creative choices that you make are going to get viewed through a lens of suspicion. That's the cost of cashing in on your reputation. That's the cost of breaking your trust. And Marathon is about to show the entire industry just how expensive that cost truly is. I want to illustrate this for you guys because I want people to really understand this. If we change the context of this conversation entirely, we look at a game like Elden Ring or any From Software title, really, These games are drenched in body horror, divine transformation, and identity collapse. Characters that are mutating into gods, into beasts, into nothing at all in some cases. While there is clearly masculine and feminine figures within their narratives, the overwhelming aesthetic in these games is androgynous, grotesque, and symbolic more than anything else. Even their character creator uses body type A and body type B rather than traditional gendered language, and yet no outrage. No mass backlash, no claims of agenda or people that are trying to dissect screenshots frame by frame, well, I guess in some cases with America. But why is this? It's because the audience trusts From Software. I genuinely feel like this is what so many people in the industry fail to understand. The backlash rarely starts from the content itself, it almost always starts from the studio behind it. When players feel respected and they feel like they can trust the developer's intentions, they're not going to be looking for reasons to criticize. They're invested. They want to believe. They want that game to succeed. But when that studio squanders that trust, players will scrutinize everything. They will attack everything because they are waiting to get burned again. I don't understand how industry veterans and writers are missing out on such an obvious shift in priorities from some of the most successful studios in this industry. Look at the studios that are out there that are earning goodwill right now. Larian Studios dropped one of the best RPGs that we've seen in years in Baldur's Gate 3. They sold it at a fair price, they packed it full of content, no microtransactions, no season passes, no DLC. Even when fans were begging for more content, what did Larian do? They added it for free. They refused to monetize their player trust. From Software, right now, they're making Elden Ring Night Rain. Fully multiplayer-focused game, no cash shop, no battle passes, or microtransactions. Hello Games has spent years now making No Man's Sky, adding more and more content to it, even when players are begging to give them money. They are dropping massive updates for free, transforming it into something that players actually love. The result? Trust, loyalty, excitement. These studios, when they go to announce their next project, these players aren't going to question it. They're not going to brace themselves for disappointment. They are ready to believe, they want to believe it's going to be great. That's the difference. These developers understand that their audience isn't something to be manipulated, it's something to be earned. Now, this may come as a surprise to you guys, but a lot of people from the industry watch these videos. I get a lot of feedback from developers. Hell, I just recently talked to a CEO. You guys are going to be hearing more on that later this week. But if you work for Bungie and you found this video for whatever reason, know that this isn't out of bad faith or anything like that. This is just genuine criticism, and I'm being realistic about the position that you guys are in. And you have to do something about that. I don't know how you're going to. The clock is ticking. The game releases in September, and you have to somehow undo what's been done. You have to somehow regain player trust for a new game, and I just personally don't think that's going to happen. Not with what these players, not with what Destiny players have been subjected to over the years. Bungie, in my eyes, is the ultimate betrayal for gamers. We're talking about a company that has always been on the cutting edge of game design. Some of the best shooters that are out there, some of the best memories that they've created for players worldwide. Yet at the exact same time, they are the least ethical studio, in my eyes, in the entire industry. And it's not even close. I've never seen players treated the way that Destiny players have been treated. I'm one of them. I'm never going to forgive you for taking away content that I paid for without asking. And, you know, I realize that the people to blame aren't necessarily the folks that are sitting at the desk that are working on these games. I guarantee there are some hardworking people that are working on Marathon right now, and to be honest with you, they don't deserve what's coming their way. You know who does? The guy that's been spending money like crazy, the one that has $2 million worth of classic cars in his garage, and also on top of that, the company that spent $3 billion on that company. They're the problem in this situation. They're the ones that need to figure something out. I'm going to tell it to you guys straight. I don't think that Marathon is going to flop the same way that Concord did. I think there's enough brand recognition, enough power.
I do.
It's way more distinct. It looks cooler in general. I think people will give it a shot. Some people will give it a shot. But ultimately, looking at the kind of money that they need to make, keep in mind, Destiny 2 is not making the money that Sony needs Bungie to be making. They thought Destiny 2 was going to make more money than it. did, and it's just consistently lost players almost year after year after year. And if this game comes out and does not meet the expectations of Sony, it's going to suffer the same fate as Concord. They're going to look at the studio. They're going to think about, hey, what's the cheapest way that we can continue to run Destiny 2 and make it profitable, and then just gut the rest of the studio. Use it as a support or whatever it might be, or probably just lay off everybody, to be honest with you. That's just been the trend that this industry's been going in lately. But that's what I foresee. I just don't see it making the money that this company's probably expecting this game to make. Unless they have a bunch of other projects they plan on doing, but I don't think that's the case. Who knows? Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe they make some big changes. Maybe there's some finishing touches they add before the game. Maybe they delay.
On the set of the iconic Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh, the two boys seemed to be best friends, but that wasn't exactly the case. One was going through some of the darkest atrocities imaginable, and the other was also experiencing an extremely complicated childhood, but they did not tell each other what was going on, and as a result, the two had one of the most catastrophic public falling outs in Nickelodeon history. For years, fans have wondered exactly what went wrong, why their relationship soured, and recently they came together and discussed everything on a 2-hour podcast that connected all of the missing pieces that we were left in the dark about for decades. While most celebrity stories and feuds feel unrealistic and manicured to fuel public interest, the story of Drake and Josh's complicated relationship is very relatable. Sure, none of us can truly relate to the pressure of being a child star, while also dealing with the horrors behind the scenes, but the complications between Drake and Josh resemble a difficult relationship that you might have with a friend, uncle, cousin, or other family member. One that follows a cycle of love, hate, tension, animosity, remorse, guilt, and reconciliation. Drake and Josh's story is not some fleeting celebrity drama. So today we're going to discuss the entire thing while addressing all of the nuances and complications of a real-life relationship. Drake and Josh's lifelong troubled relationship started from the very first time they met. Drake did not like Josh, and Josh was determined to win him over. The then 14-year-old boys met on the set of The Amanda Show, which was a sketch comedy television program that was essentially the kid-friendly version of Saturday Night Live, starring Amanda Bynes.
Wait, are you the other fancy lad here? I'm the only fancy lad.
Belle was a part of the cast since
I'm the Disney boy. I'm the fancy lad. You can't be the fancy lad. I'm the Disney fancy lad.
Its first episode in 1999.
You're the fat Disney fancy lad. I'm the skinny Disney fancy lad.
While Peck didn't join as a regular until later seasons.
I came on the Amanda Show. We didn't get along at first, but I thought you were so cool, and I really wanted you to like me. And then, thankfully, we had this shared love of old school comedy and sitcoms and great television. And so once you realized that I was kind of funny and I liked people who liked funny, we were suddenly like inseparable.
Listen to you kiss your own ass.
Drake was almost second to Amanda, and Josh came on as a tertiary character that they would sometimes make fun of. But once Drake and Josh had to collaborate on a sketch as two Italian mobsters, they realized their comedic chemistry was undeniable.
Tony Pajamas, what's your problem, Big Tails?
Yeah, what's your problem, Big Tails? I can't sleep. You want I should put her out?
Not yet.
Hey, cannoli? No, I just want to hear a bedtime story. She just wants to hear a bedtime story.
Hey, I got it.
He's got it.
And 25 years later, that chemistry is still there.
She wants to hear about a story.
Oh, you want to hear a story? I got a story. All right, so you got this. There's this guy, right? He's driving his bike, and he falls off, and his kickstand goes right through his leg.
Right through his leg.
Drake was an old soul as a kid, and became a huge fan of classic buddy comedies such as Abbott and Costello.
I can't
and
stand
and
buddy
Jerry
comedy.
Lewis. Drake dreamed of one day having a comedy sidekick, and he officially found his match. The two boys became good friends off-screen as well. They would go bowling, hang out after hours, and even have sleepovers. The Amanda Show became the highest-rated live-action program on Nickelodeon during its run, and while this may seem like an amazing way to start a child acting career, Drake was suffering unimaginable trauma. As a file had infiltrated the Nickelodeon network. It's very important to remember that the general public was not aware of the information that you're about to learn until 2024, when it was discussed in a documentary called Quiet on Set. This documentary drastically changed everything that people thought they knew about Drake Bell. Drake Bell formed a bond with dialogue coach Brian Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. Peck, who has no relation to Drake's co-star Josh Peck, would invite Drake to his house for acting lessons. These lessons were supervised by Drake's father, Joe, who was told that Brian Peck was a skilled coach who could help Drake secure more acting opportunities. However, over time, Joe became uncomfortable with their relationship.
And unfortunately, I started seeing Brian start to just hang around Drake too much. And it didn't set well with me. Drake would be in the dressing room or something, and in would pop Brian, and just touch Drake. You know, do things that, wait a second, what are you doing? Drake can put that on himself. And the thing is, this is in front of people.
Joe claims that while his son was in the dressing room, Brian would touch Drake in front of others in ways that made him question Brian's intentions. Joe expressed his concerns with the production personnel and said he was uncomfortable with Brian, only to be called homophobic because of Brian's sexual orientation. Therefore, Joe backed off. Once this got back to Brian, he manipulated Drake into severing ties with his father/manager, suggesting that Joe was sabotaging Drake's career. Peck subsequently integrated himself into multiple areas of Bell's life and became a father figure for the young actor. Eventually, Peck convinces Drake's mother to let him stay at his house during auditions. Then when Drake slept on Brian's couch, the sexual assault started.
Sleeping on the couch where I would usually sleep, and I woke up to him. I opened my eyes, I woke up, and he was assaulting me. Why don't you think of the worst stuff that someone can do to somebody as a sexual assault? And that'll answer your question.
Drake wouldn't tell anyone for several months. The abuse persisted until Drake began spending more time at a girlfriend's house. One day, when he was supposed to meet with Brian, Drake said he didn't want to hang out. Brian then started calling his phone nonstop. When Drake failed to answer, Brian obsessively started calling his girlfriend's house, which is when the girlfriend's mother suspected something was wrong and took Drake to her family therapist. He later detailed the abuse to his own mother, who called the police. I had to be excruciatingly detailed about every single thing and time that it had happened with two absolute strangers. The worst part was I had to make a phone call to Brian and get him to admit what he'd done. The police monitored a wired phone call with Brian, who broke into a full-on confession that led to his arrest. The investigation was conducted privately, and Bell remained unidentified to the public for several years due to his age at the time. Drake also refused to tell anyone what was going on, not even his best bro Josh, as if this situation couldn't get any more traumatic and confusing.
That industry tool that they planted next to him.
To return to Nickelodeon Studios to begin filming for his next
best
major
buddy
role
Josh.
On Drake and Josh.
That big break between Drake and Josh and Amanda Show is when I told my mom what was going on. We went to the police, the investigation, all of the stuff that you saw in the documentary. That was when all of that was going on. And then when we...
You know, I was a Disney kid, but I never identified with these Disney kids. Even when I had the same money they did, I was like, I don't really identify with these fucking normies. They're normies. You can see from the way they dress.
The pilot.
They're fucking normal. You can see it. They're normal people. They dress so normal.
We were in the
They don't have normal money, but that's the only abnormal thing about them at all.
Of the investigation, but nobody had known anything because Brian hadn't been arrested. I had to come back, like the Amanda Show, where the dude was, where the abuse was happening, having the monster in your own in your safe place. Still, where I felt most comfortable, where I was the happiest, was when I was on set with you guys. And the worst part was every day I got there was the monster was there, you know?
Even though Drake was forced to interact with his abuser daily, he did everything in his power to hide his pain and focus on his work. But Josh suspected something was wrong as Drake seemed standoffish.
I was just looking at it through the prism of a 14-year-old's brain and going like, he doesn't want much to do with me. And
Josh essentially thought that Drake just stopped liking him, not knowing the horrors of Drake's abuse. At the same time, Drake also felt a little bit of tension from Josh, but was blaming himself.
I've got all this stuff that nobody knows about that's going on. Is this gonna hurt our show? Is this gonna, when this drops, is Josh gonna look at me and be like, bro, you took our dream away. Like, you took my dream, like everything, like, are we gonna lose our show?
Drake even said he started losing his hair due to all the stress he was feeling. But then the investigation into Brian's crimes was coming to a close, and some of that pressure was starting to subside, knowing that justice would be served. Drake...
Yeah, when I was like 31, I was under so much goddamn stress, like from like driving taxi, meth addictions, problems, like just pulling myself off the street, losing our apartment, all this other stuff that happened. The murder, suicide, all this stuff. And I don't even know what I was going to say.
Drake even decided to tell Dan Schneider about his abuser right before the trial.
And when Drake and I talked and he told me what had happened, I was more devastated by that than anything that ever happened to me in my career thus far. And I told him, I'm here for you. What do you need? Drake's mom, a lovely woman who I stay in contact with this day, she came to me at the time and she said, Dan, I'm not good with words like you are. And would you help me with my speech with the judge? And I said, of course.
Brian Peck was convicted of child molestation in 2004, pleading no contest to a charge of oral copulation with a minor under 16 and a charge of performing a lewd act with a 14 or 15-year-old. He spent only 16 months in prison and was mandated to register as a sex offender. Josh, again unaware of what was going on, one day realized that he stopped seeing Brian on set and with Drake, so he asked Drake what happened.
I had a feeling, because Brian, who was ever present during the Amanda show, and then he was gone, and I didn't know anything except I had a feeling something happened. And I remember we're in the car, it was you, me, and Jill, and I said, you still talk to Brian? And you just looked at me like, no, Brian's a really bad guy. And I remember thinking, gotcha. And it was all that I needed to know. And I didn't know anything more than that, but I was like, that's clear.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Although Drake's pain was not magically gone once Brian was arrested, he was able to find joy again in acting now that his abuser was not on set. However, Josh was also suffering from his own complicated life struggles. Now, by comparison, they seem menial to Drake's, but you have to consider that children feel like they are the center of their own universe, and they don't have that worldly perspective to make sense of their pain. Josh Peck was raised by a single mother, actually never even meeting his father. He was the result of a short fling his mother had with a coworker. Him and his mother went through drastic ups and downs, sometimes living a comfortable middle-class life, and other times not knowing if they will be able to pay rent. To compound this struggle, he was using food as an escape, leading to him becoming very overweight.
I didn't know that I was sort of eating in an unhealthy way. I just felt like I eat fruit snacks like every other kid. I just, do it in an excessive way. So I think that pain was just born out of what we all feel, is that it hurts to be different and it hurts to know that life is going to be challenging.
Josh also used stand-up comedy and his television roles to escape his internal battles. Perhaps this is what made the two such a great duo. A silver lining to these young boys experiencing a traumatic childhood was that when they came together, they felt safe and comfortable. And because of that, they created one of the greatest live-action shows in Nickelodeon history. Drake Parker and Josh Nichols were two brothers bound by their parents' marriage, forced to live in the same house, go to the same school, hang out with the same friends, while having totally opposite personalities. Josh was the hefty, emotional dork, while Drake was a smooth-talking ladies' man who led a rock band. It was common that the Nickelodeon writers made Josh the butt of the joke. I mean, it's very easy to pick on the overweight, goofy kid. Drake, on the other hand, would often be this glamorized bad boy. He was lazy, rude, and self-centered. He would not stand up for his brother Josh. He would go hang out with girls and friends without him, and basically had a hard time accepting Josh as his brother.
Okay, here's my vision. I see your band in a desert. The sun beats down, little creature scampers by, perhaps a lizard.
Oh, here's my vision.
I don't care about your vision. The video should show off my band.
And although the show produced some hilarious moments when the brothers were pitted against each other,
You made that whole story up. No, you started that fight. You calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther.
the best episodes were usually when they had to work together to get themselves out of ridiculous situations.
You gotta get me out of this. I want to be cooler, but I can't go out there and play against the toughest team in the state. Okay. He's thinking. He's snapping. I got an idea. He's got an idea. Okay, you need to stop that. Done.
During season 3, Josh started to grow taller and lost a noticeable amount of weight, so the show's writers could not just resort to cheap fat jokes, but they still often made him a punching bag.
Why don't you just shave that thing off? No. All right, ever since I've grown this mustache, people treat me differently. I get more respect.
Hey, Josh. Helen wants you to go down to the basement and empty the rat traps.
You see? Helen never let me do that before.
Package for Josh Nichols.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Don't tell me what to do.
Although Drake warmed up to Josh eventually, his character remained the inconsiderate troublemaker, and often the show reminded us how rude he actually was.
I have to take Helen home, right? And I need you to follow me so I can get a ride back. Kiss pretty girl, drive brother in traffic.
While we know that this is merely just actors leaning into their characters for the sake of comedy, and now we love them both for playing these roles so well, you have to remember that the target audience for this show were children, and it appeared to them that Drake was the main character and Josh was the sidekick, which is essentially proven by the fact that Drake won 10 Kids' Choice Awards and Josh only won once. It was clear that Drake was the fan favorite, and Josh kind of understood because he also idolized Drake since they first met. But at the same time, Josh was 50% of the show. Some would argue that Josh's one-liners and physical humor is what actually made the show so successful.
Whoa, what's this? Just getting ready for my big dinner. Drake, what are you doing here? You're never home Saturday night. I told you tonight's my big fight with Lucy. No, you never said that. Never said that, okay? You never said you were gonna be home Saturday. Well, I am. Ooh, olives. Okay, paws off my olives.
In addition to this imbalance on-screen, off-screen, Josh was still going through tough times. Because of his weight, he felt like he was missing out on a normal teenage life, the life that Drake was seemingly living.
I just knew that I felt like because I was so insecure, I had missed out on a lot of my teenage years. It wasn't without lack of opportunity to go out and be a knucklehead and experience life. I just didn't want to do it because I didn't love the body that I was in. So I felt like if I didn't act now, I was going to lose some really important years.
Josh got sick and tired of being sick and tired, and he spent his summers walking through New York City for miles while slowly making better food choices. His consistency led to him losing a total of 127 pounds in 3 years. This physical transformation had a profound effect on the Drake and Josh show. His new body seemed to make him more confident in pursuing physical comedy on screen.
Drake! Hang on, I'm busy. Mindy just told me she loves me. What? Tell me exactly how you responded when Mindy said, I love you. I didn't know what to say, so I just said, seeing chemistry, and I slammed the door in her face.
And as a result, season 4 of the show produced some of the most hilarious and memorable moments.
We were supposed to cut it out with the power saw. Dude, I'm gonna. Oh, really? Yes. So go get the power saw. Okay, I will. I see the problem. Oh, do ya?
The Drake and Josh series premiere was watched by 3.2 million viewers, the network's highest rated series premiere in nearly 10 years. Episodes regularly saw viewership upwards of 5, 6, 7 million. As of 2006, the show ranked consistently among the 10 most watched cable shows across all of television. It was a certified hit, creating core memories for kids all around the world.
I thought the show was so bad. I tried to watch it a bunch of times too. I was like, oh god, this is Nickelodeon at its worst.
Hollywood sunset, becoming successful actors. But that wasn't exactly the case. Drake continued his dominance at Nickelodeon as a top star. Josh, on the other hand, wanted to develop a career outside of the kids' network, while simultaneously entering the darkest part of his life. One might assume that his amazing physical transformation had nothing but a positive impact on his life, but Josh says otherwise. It became clear that once I lost the weight, that I was the same head in a new body. I had this illusion of becoming more confident and attractive when I was partaking. I was trying to quiet that voice that woke me up every morning and told me I wasn't enough. In an attempt to live the teenage experience to the fullest while he still had a couple years to do it, he went overboard, falling victim to a dangerous drug and alcohol addiction.
And suddenly, I'm like now looking like a normal kid and a normal teen. And I'm like, oh, they do drugs and that's normal. And they go to house parties and they go to clubs and they show up late to places and they're unreliable and that's normal. And I died to be normal. And I remember when I finally said yes, I had no conception that this drug would make me feel any different, that it was extreme. All I thought was, A, I hope she's watching, and oh good, I'm normal.
While Josh was going through hard times, Drake was receiving very consistent work over the years, doing voice acting roles in shorts, TV shows, and movies. His most notable role was Peter Parker in Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man animated series. When he wasn't doing voiceovers, he was writing and releasing his own music. Interestingly enough, his records weren't very popular in the United States, but were huge in various Spanish-speaking countries. The Drake and Josh Nickelodeon show was extremely popular in Latin countries, likely due to the excellent job the production team did with dubbing the actors' voices. Drake always wanted to be a rock star, ever since his earliest days on The Amanda Show in 2001. He released music consistently for 17 years but received no gold or platinum records in America. However, in Mexico and other various Spanish-speaking countries, Drake Bell, aka Drake Campana, had multiple high-charting Billboard singles and albums. In some of these countries, he performed shows for thousands of people. He learned to speak Spanish. He has written and released a ton of music in Spanish. He even provides Spanish subtitles with every podcast or social media post he makes. People have joked on social media that he ran away to Mexico to avoid charges of his 2020 crimes, when in reality he was more successful there for over a decade and probably made most of his income in Latin-speaking countries.
And what's it like in Mexico? Like, because you moved to Mexico, right? It seems amazing.
It's unbelievable, bro. You have no idea.
Tell me more, Drake Campana.
It's unbelievable. In Mexico, we were on Channel 5. We were like on After Friends or Seinfeld. You know, it's like we're on normal TV. Everyone watched us. We weren't a kids show. There's a place called Veeps. It's like Denny's. The menu for the children's menu is us, bro.
What?
Like when you buy Doritos, or you buy whatever, and you open them up, like the little like prizes inside is us.
Despite Josh's addiction and unreliability, he successfully broke the child star curse he was so desperate to escape from. And he did that with his role as Luke Shapiro in The Whackness. This coming-of-age dramedy set in 1994 in New York City follows a teenage drug dealer who trades weed for therapy sessions with his eccentric psychiatrist. Infused with 90s hip-hop culture, the film explores themes of adolescence, depression, love, and self-discovery. The Whackness premiered at the 2008 Sundance Film Festival, where it won the Audience Award for Dramatic Feature. Josh had finally achieved success outside of the goofy fat guy trope he thrived in his whole career, yet he realized it did not fill the empty void he was feeling in his life.
I had this realization, which was, oh no, you're bottomless. Like, you tried to fill this with food, then drugs and alcohol, and now like prestige, and none of it.
Nothing's gonna fill the void.
None of it. And I got sober 2 weeks later.
Luckily for Josh, he did not spiral deeper. He understood that he was trying to cure an internal problem with external solutions, and instead he chose the right path forward with therapy and sober living. He basically stayed busy every single year since then, securing a major film, TV, or voice acting role. He even took to social media, becoming one of the most popular creators on the 6-second video app Vine.
Hey Josh, I just hit 4 million followers.
No way.
You calling me a liar?
I ain't calling you a truther.
Then again, neither Drake nor Josh's personal troubles made for viral headlines. Sure, TMZ did their standard coverage, and maybe diehard fans were concerned about the two, but generally speaking, the mainstream fandom were now in high school and college and focusing on their own lives rather than their childhood celebrity favorites. Plus, Drake and Josh were frequently seen together over the years. Here is a photo that Josh posted to his Instagram in 2012 of them hanging out at a house party. Here is another photo of them in 2013 at a Christmas party. In 2014, there were multiple photos of them together. Josh even personally invited Drake to have a cameo in an episode of Grandfathered in 2015, which was a show about a socially awkward yet lovable new dad who unexpectedly reconnects with his suave, restaurant-owning father, played by John Stamos.
You remind me of my stepbrother.
Oh, but is he awesome?
No, he's in jail for stalking Oprah. Anyway, let's get inside so you guys can buy me dinner.
It's time for you to go, Kirk.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Go away. Have a nice night.
Don't tell me what to do.
What? Husband, brother?
So it seemed like on the surface that Drake and Josh were friends. They were hanging out all the time and even collaborating. But it turns out that these meetups were actually extremely brief and infrequent. Quite literally just a quick little catch-up because they happened to be at the same party. Drake actually wanted to be closer to Josh at this time, but was unable to express that to him.
Like when we were hanging out at Michael's a lot, and we were just, and like there was, I always felt like, what, like, man, we're all hanging, like, we got the same friend, like we should be closer. There's something. I'm like, oh, I'm not cool enough to like hang out with Josh. Like, oh no, he's, I'm not funny enough. I'm not this. He thinks I'm this, and like we were doing the same shit when we really should have just been like, bro, want to go grab some pizza and like play some video games?
And the result of this friction between the two would get blown out of proportion, because in 2017, Drake posted 2 tweets about how he was not invited to Josh Peck's wedding, which sent the media into a frenzy, speculating that Drake and Josh had some sort of falling out. When you're not invited to the wedding, the message is clear. True colors have come out today. Message is loud and clear. Ties are officially cut. I'll miss you, brother. From there, Drake also did a few interviews where he discussed his feelings about not receiving the invite, but he still expressed nothing but grace for Josh.
Friend, you're talking to your friend and you're congratulating him on, oh, I'm so glad you're engaged, congratulations, blah blah blah, and then you see on social media that he had a wedding, and I go, what? I didn't hear about it, I didn't know about it, and so I shot from the hip and kind of was like, what? This is wrong. Like, why am I finding out about this on social media? I just feel like a bummed out brother, just kind of hurt, but it had nothing to, it does nothing to our relationship. We're brothers, we're friends. He's been one of my dearest friends for the past 18 years.
Josh was receiving a ton of hate for not inviting Drake to the wedding, and it really cast a dark cloud over this special night. The next time Josh saw Drake, which was at the VMAs in 2017, he asked Drake to apologize to his wife Paige for the tweets, and Drake happily did.
And I remember that I was at the Video Music Awards, and I see him there, and he sees me, and I go up to him, and this might be the most Sopranos thing I've ever done. And I look at him and I go apologize to my wife right now. And he goes, okay. And he made a beeline for my wife, and I see him do this whole 5-minute performance of an apology. And it was I was like, go apologize to my wife or something bad's gonna happen.
After Josh claims to have intimidated Drake, he ran up behind him and put a camera in Drake's face to vlog their reunion moment to show the public that they didn't have any real beef.
Holy, come on. What's up, buddy? Is this happening right now live is this really right now live?
Stream live right now.
Oh my god.
Please
Wait,
tell
is this
Facebook
streaming?
to be nice to me. Oh my god,
Please.
it's not even my fault. Just tell Facebook to be nice to me.
Listen, lay off.
Thank you. You heard that, Facebook? It's all good.
Chill out.
We love
lay
you.
off, man. All right,
I got $100 for you.
Drake and his ex-wife Janet said that this moment was actually sincere. The couples exchanged numbers and went out to dinner multiple times afterwards, seemingly rekindling their friendship. They even did some content together as Josh was pursuing YouTube very seriously.
It's Drake. That's Josh.
And it's all love, people.
Back together again. We're all good.
That's amazing, right?
So, what do you look like? It sucked anyway.
Oh, fuck you.
Me? You know what? Mom never even liked you.
She's not our mom. We're not on the TV show.
We now know exactly why Drake was not invited to the wedding. On their most recent podcast, Josh revealed that Drake wasn't singled out. It's just that nobody from the Drake and Josh cast was invited. The only person from Nickelodeon that was invited to Josh's wedding was Dan Schneider, because his wife was friends with Josh's mom.
Dan Schneider.
There's so many people.
The only person at his wedding was Dan Schneider.
But at 30, I just wanted to leave it all behind.
Yep.
Because it felt like it didn't serve me anymore.
Yeah.
And the realization I had was when, you know, you wrote that stuff during my wedding about like our friendship and all these things and our love and our history. I think you were living in the world of where our relationship should have been.
Right.
I was too much living in the past of when our relationship wasn't great.
Yeah.
And it was really somewhere in the middle.
At the time, Josh felt that he and Drake grew apart, but it was really that Josh wanted to leave everything related to Nickelodeon in the past, including a close friendship with Drake. This stung extra hard for Drake because he actually wanted to be closer to Josh, but because neither of them actually communicated how they felt on the inside, it resulted in this huge wedding blowout. It's also important to realize that this conversation that they had on this podcast in 2025 never was communicated before. So despite Drake and Josh publicly making up in 2017 and making all this content together, they never really addressed the problem. And then something weird started to happen. As Drake continued to do press for different projects, he still seemed bothered by the wedding drama. He seems awfully sarcastic and throwing shade towards Josh in interviews.
Josh is busy doing stuff.
I'm sensing some shade.
No shade at all. I love the kid. We're just super. The thing is we're just so busy. Like, you know, I'm constantly on tour. He's constantly at David Dobrik's house, and
what?
You know, there's like not a lot of time to really.
Did he ever tell you why he didn't invite you? Did you ever get a reason?
He doesn't like me.
Stop. Is that really what it is?
Yeah, and the extra chicken would have been really expensive. It's like another $7.95 or something.
This interview got 6 million views, and all the comments were all taking Drake's side. Remember when Drake was the cocky one and Josh was the sweet and calm one in the show? But now it's the opposite. It seems as Josh sees him as just a co-worker and Drake saw him as a friend. That's awkward. But then a few months later, they do more YouTube content together and everything seems totally normal and fine. And by the way, all of these videos have now been deleted from Josh's YouTube channel. And if you're having a hard time following this timeline and it seems very flip-floppy, one minute they're friends, the next they're not, and you can't really get a grip on it, well, you're not alone. It was these mixed signals that made for a lot of confusion.
Whatever the public's perception is of our relationship is or isn't, or like what we should be doing to them, all I ever want to say to them is like, whatever you think you know of us is only half as deep as it really is.
Nobody could really tell if they were friends or just trying to remain relevant by milking the drama, or if they secretly were still mad at each other. But then behind the scenes, it got even more confusing when Josh pitched Drake an idea for a reboot of their classic Nickelodeon show. But the plot was seemingly set up to make Drake look bad. In 2019, Josh sent over the script to Drake. The idea was that Drake was going to be a failed musician, and Josh was going to be a successful real estate agent. They were basically parodying Drake's real life as a musician in Mexico, while Josh's character was entirely fictional. The opening line of the first scene was supposed to be one of Josh's clients recognizing him from Nickelodeon and saying their classic "hug me brother" catchphrase, only for Josh to deny it and say, "Hug yourself, kid."
And then he goes, "Hug me brother," and then Josh gets in the car and goes,
"Hug yourself,
F-head." And that
so
alone.
That was the first thing that I was like, we can't open our show like that.
First red flag, because you just said F you to the entire Drake and Josh fan base.
Yeah.
Then it transitions to Drake in Mexico performing at a quinceañera for the daughter of a drug cartel leader, where they are all drinking and doing hard drugs. Drake is also performing with a mariachi band. During the performance, the cartel members get loaded, and a massive gunfight breaks out, and they end up not wanting to pay Drake for his service, which ultimately leads to him being broke and stuck in Mexico.
Josh has Drake stuck in Mexico, has him tweet, "I need money," or "I need to do a meet and greet for money," and only has like 3 people show up to the mall for the meet and greet so that Drake could get money back to the United States.
I'm not sure how real this is, but it sounds like some sort of Josh revenge fantasy for playing the goofy fat kid all those years. I don't think people realize that Drake worked hard to build up a Hispanic fan base. Making a reboot full of stereotypes many hurtful, about this audience he built would cause Drake to piss off many long-term fans. Whether or not this script was real was never confirmed, but it did seem possible considering what unfolded next. Drake was about to face some major legal troubles for allegedly sexually pursuing underage girls, and Josh responded with a full-on press tour trying to convince the world that he and Drake hadn't talked in 10 years and were never friends. And that happened roughly around the time Drake was outed by his abuser for allegedly sexually pursuing underage girls. In August of 2020, Drake's former girlfriend, Melissa Lingafelt, who goes by the stage name Jimmy Ono on social media, posted a TikTok that jeopardized Belle's clean reputation. Melissa claimed that Drake committed both verbal and physical abuse during their relationship from August 2006 to February 2009.
When I started dating Drake, I was 16. I was homeschooled. I moved in with him. I was singing. It wasn't until about a year when the verbal abuse started. And when I say verbal abuse, imagine the worst type of verbal abuse you could ever imagine, and that was what I got. It then turned into physical, hitting, throwing, everything. At the pinnacle of it, he dragged me down the stairs of our house in Los Feliz. My face hit every step on the way down. I have photos of this. I don't even want to get into the underage girls thing. I mean, I will, but I'm scared.
As if the allegations of physical abuse weren't shocking enough, Melissa hinting that he was somehow involved with underage girls set the internet on fire.
See, I didn't even know this shit. I just don't like them.
As our relationship ended,
I never liked these people. You know, I never liked these people. I have a good social gauge. The really weird people, I something about them, it triggers me wrong. They trigger me wrong. And I'm like, nope, we'll never be compatible. My penis will never be in your mouth or whatever. Like, we're just not, you know, we're just not. Yeah, whatever.
We unfortunately both called each other terrible names, as often happens when couples are breaking up, but that is it. Clearly, Melissa still felt close enough to me just last year that she was comfortable reaching out to ask me to provide her with financial support during a tough time, which I did. The public opinion on the situation was split. While many people reacted with empathy and support towards Melissa, recognizing the seriousness of domestic abuse, others were skeptical and expressed doubt about her claims, especially since Melissa failed to provide any concrete evidence against Drake. Plus, Drake made it seem like she was doing this expose for money, casting doubt on her intentions. It was purely a he said, she said situation, and Drake wouldn't face any legal consequences. Melissa, after spending weeks talking about the situation online, deleted all her videos and detached herself from the situation, but it only took a few months for more serious allegations to come to light and Drake's reputation to be permanently destroyed. On June 4th, 2021, Belle was arrested in Cleveland, Ohio on charges relating to attempted endangering of children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. For context, child endangerment occurs whenever a parent, guardian, or other adult caregiver allows a child to be placed or remain in a dangerous, unhealthy, or inappropriate situation. Disseminating matter harmful to juveniles means that a person has unlawfully ordered, offered, sold, displayed, or given pornographic or obscene material such as books, videos, messages, photos, etc. to someone under the age of 18. To simplify, he was being charged with sexting a minor. However, the nature of the charges say that there was no sexual contact. According to the court documents, the date of the offense was December 1st, 2017. Belle was going to Cleveland, Ohio's the Odeon to perform a concert. Belle then seemingly invited the minor to his show in Cleveland. In the months leading up to the concert, Drake sent the victim inappropriate social media messages. The minor, who lived in Canada, attended Belle's concert in Cleveland. She and Belle met later that night at the Cleveland nightclub on Old River Road in the city's East Bank of the Flats district. In October 2018, 10 months after the incident, the 15-year-old victim filed a report with her local police department in Canada regarding what had happened that night. This is all the information that was revealed in the case. So naturally, people were confused as this was all extremely vague. Even news outlets were unable to discern what actually happened.
Disseminating matter harmful to children. We don't have information on exactly what that is, but you can imagine relationship between a 15-year-old girl and a 34-year-old man will let you draw your own conclusions.
Then his ex Melissa, who accused him of abuse on TikTok 1 year prior, did an exclusive interview with the Daily Beast where she claimed that she observed Bell's inappropriate behavior with minors firsthand. What he's being arrested for right now is a prime example of what I would witness, him having inappropriate conversations online with underage girls. Melissa said, "I saw really questionable, crazy stuff on his computer. The stuff he'd be looking at was effing insane." These statements, combined with the extremely vague court case details, fueled the narrative that Drake was a pedophile. Now, it's important to consider that as soon as the victim reported Drake in October of 2018, Canadian authorities and Cleveland authorities promptly started an investigation. This investigation lasted 18 months, gathering all the evidence, photos, screenshots, and multiple statements from the victim to build a case against Bell. They even gained access to Drake's Instagram, Snapchat, laptops, everything they could. We don't technically know what they found, but whatever it was enough to cause Drake to enter a plea deal instead of going to trial.
Jumping.
And on June 23rd, 2021, he pled guilty to attempted child endangerment. So remember, all the details regarding his case were extremely vague, and then on top of that, he pleads guilty. So now the general public is extra convinced he is a PDF file, but somehow it got even worse. Drake's sentencing was conducted over Zoom and then posted on YouTube. During this sentencing, the victim made an impact statement, which is essentially their opportunity to talk directly to the defendant and the judge to express their thoughts and emotions about the crime. This was the very first time anyone had heard the details of the alleged crimes that took place. But during the impact statement, the victim brought up countless new allegations and statements that were never presented during the investigation, which shocked Drake, the defense, and even the judge. Remember, Drake was already pleading guilty to basically sexting, but since he was pleading guilty, the public assumed that everything the victim was saying here was part of the case, but it was not.
I started off as a fan of him. Everyone who knew me as a child knew that he was a hero to me. I would have done anything for him. When I was 11, I learned that my aunt had a mutual friend who knew the defendant. That led to my aunt taking me to meet him for the first time in 2014 when I was 12. From the time I was 12 to 15, my aunt took me to meet him and spend time with him many times. After I met him for the first time, he started speaking to me more frequently online. When I was 13, I went to him for boy advice. He told me that I was beautiful and that boys were stupid. He then sent me a photo of myself that he had screen capped from my Instagram, telling me that I was, quote, such a cutie. He saved that photo of me onto his phone. Another instance of creepy behavior happened when I was spending time with him at the age of 14. He told me that he couldn't believe how much I'd grown since he last saw me. He said that I wasn't little anymore, and I was, quote, a woman now. But at 15, he started sending me messages about how, quote, hot I was. In the summer of 2017, I messaged him, telling him that I was going to see him in concert in the following months. He replied by telling me that he couldn't wait to see me. He also asked me, quote, how old are you now? I told him 15. He then told me to, quote, hurry up. Not too long after that, his messages to me became blatantly sexual. Aside from Cleveland, the only other time that the defendant sexually assaulted me was in October of 2017. It happened in Illinois in the middle of the night. He digitally penetrated me in the back seat of my aunt's car while she was driving him to a friend's house. This eventually led to many months of inappropriate messages and photos being exchanged over Instagram and Snapchat. The photos exchanged included photos of my body and photos of his body and his genitals. He would tell me how badly he wanted to penetrate me vaginally. On December 1st, 2017, my aunt took me to the Odeon Concert Club to watch him perform. That night, the defendant took me backstage to be alone with him. He started kissing me, and the night ended in him having me perform oral sex on him twice. The next incident happened on December 2nd, 2017. While I was alone with him in his hotel room, he had talked to me about seeing me one last time before we all left Cleveland and went home. So we went to his hotel to say goodbye. In his hotel room, he started kissing me and had me perform oral sex on him again. My aunt was right outside the room waiting in the hallway while this was happening. She trusted him and never thought that he would ever do anything to hurt me. The sexual messages continued for a while after that, until I eventually put a stop to them. He ignored me for many days at first. Eventually, he tried apologizing to me for, quote, breaking my heart, but deleted those messages quickly afterward. He preyed on me and sexually abused me. He is a monster and a danger to children. Jared Drake Bell is a pedophile. and that is his legacy.
People picked apart Drake's body language and pointed out that he was laughing, smirking, and shocked. But nobody mentioned that a lot of what the victim was saying here were new allegations that nobody in the court ever heard before. Specifically, the allegations that he forced the girl to give him oral and the allegation that he sent nude photos. The defense and the court both confirmed with evidence that no such sexual advances were made. Otherwise, the charges would have been more severe.
He did not plead to sexual misconduct or engaging in sexual relations. He pled to attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. These are serious allegations.
Felonies, I think.
Relations.
This is what Drake's defense admits to.
So the acceptance of the responsibility, Your Honor, is for chats that occurred between he and the victim. The subject matter of those chats were discussion because they had known each other for years, and there were claims that became sexual in nature. When asked, however, at what point, or at your age, excuse me, at that point he said, "Can you hurry up?" which shows a complete intent not to engage with a minor. So, however, those chats, harmful as they were, clearly harmed this person at that time.
They were sexual engagement.
Those were, yes. Thank you. They certainly, however, Your Honor, did not mimic any of the factual scenarios that the victim has brought up here today. And again, I have to emphasize the fact that once the age was known, that terminated at that point, saying hurry up with the age. But I will say this, at the start, he may not have known. He did learn of the age at a later time, Your Honor, and that is why he's accepting the plea.
Basically, Drake admits to conversing with a minor for years, even though he says he didn't know her age. Those conversations eventually turned sexual. Then when he asked for her age, she told him 15, and he said, hurry up, then stopped all communication. When Drake stopped conversing with her, they claimed that flipped the young girl's world upside down, and she started going after Drake's wife and threatening to expose him. They basically paint her as a crazy, obsessed, and jealous fan, which we don't really know if that's true or not. We can't say the victim is